guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Columbia University is agreeing to pay a $200 million fine to settle accusations by the Trump administration that the university discriminated against Jewish students.
The university will get hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grant money back after it was terminated because of the discrimination accusations during on-campus pro-Palestinian protests. President Trump posted on social media that Columbia is agreeing to end their ridiculous DEI policies, admitting students only on merit and agreeing to protect civil liberties of their students. Scott Pringle, New York.
President Trump has issued an executive order prioritizing homeless funding for areas that address mental illness and substance abuse. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond says California should follow the order.
Supervisor Desmond, who's also running for Congress next year, says the president's executive order on ending vagrancy and restoring order is something California needs. The supervisor says homelessness in the state isn't a funding problem, it's a policy issue, and California's allowed lawlessness to flourish while turning a blind eye to the suffering of those trapped in mental illness, drug addiction, and despair. He says Sacramento spent tens of billions of dollars on a crisis still getting worse because the state's not focused on the root causes of addiction, mental health treatment, and accountability. I'm Jack Cronin.
Japan confirms they have reached a trade agreement with the United States.
Mitch McCann reports in a post on Truth Social, President Trump announced a 15% tariff on Japan's exports to the U.S.
Donald Trump says Japan has also agreed to allow imports of American cars, trucks, rice, and other agricultural products, and that it will invest around $550 billion in the U.S.
The 15% tariff rate is well below the 25% rate the Trump administration had threatened in a letter to Japan earlier this month. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 316 points. The S&P 500 gained 4 points. The Nasdaq rose by 37 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A San Francisco doctor who mailed the abortion pill to a woman in Texas is being sued by that woman's boyfriend. Jerry Rodriguez is being backed by a number of pro-life groups which are fighting what they see as a loophole in the Texas abortion ban.
We know about 19,000 abortion pills are coming to Texas every year.
Ashley Leenertz is with a group called Texas Right to Life, which supports the lawsuit against Dr. Remy Cueto. It suggests that a self-managed abortion is an act of murder. The wrongful death suit asks the federal judge for an injunction on behalf of all current and future fathers of unborn children in the United States. Concerns are mounting with cuts to Medicaid on the horizon. Catherine Kennedy with the California Nurses Association says federal funding cuts will cause tremendous health risks.
And essentially what's going to happen is we're going to see people die. We're going to see people die.
According to California Governor Gavin Newsom, federal funding cuts could put nearly 3 million Californians at risk of losing health coverage over the next decade. Most cuts to Medicaid will not take effect until 2027. The Archdiocese of Los Angeles is launching a new program to assist families impacted by ICE raids.
On Wednesday, Archbishop Jose Gomez announced the Family Assistance Program. It will help Archdiocese parishes provide meals, groceries, and prescription deliveries to families impacted by ICE operations. Immigration advocates say people are afraid to leave their homes and now need essential items delivered. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Thank you. Here we go. Welcome aboard. Ready for a brand new day. Here comes a Friday as, we roll into the final weekend here in the month of July. time zone to time zone. We will cross over into the 25th day of July. A warm, muggy night outside the secret bunker, that is for sure. You could cut the air with a knife. All that corn sweat, right? Lots of humidity. All right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, a little TGIF. Here we go. So, trust you've had a good week. Safe travels out there. We are not seeing much as far as severe weather tonight. More or less your general run-of-the-mill showers and thunderstorms with a few pockets of heavier rain. Yeah, the only areas we've really seen a few warnings and flooding conditions, flash flooding concerns, is there in the Texas Panhandle region, in and around the Amarillo area. Yeah, a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity there. Some spotty showers over western Oklahoma. Then you've got more general showers. Southeastern Kansas, east central Kansas, right up into northern Missouri, moving into west central Illinois. All that cut along, that's the periphery of the big heat dome, which is shifted a bit further to the east here. Yeah, the heat dome extending from central and eastern Texas all the way over to the eastern seaboard, which the radar is pretty much clear in that region. We do have our little disturbance that had crossed over Florida in recent days. Time's running out for any development of that. Looks like it's just going to bring some general shower activity, maybe some potentially flooding rains to parts of the Gulf Coast as we head through the upcoming weekend. But we'll break all the details down for you. We're rolling into a new day. Of course, the big headline throughout the week and in the coming maybe several weeks is going to be the heat. I mean, it's summertime, folks. Typically the hottest time of the year. Late July into early August. The days ahead, we're going to be talking a lot of triple-digit temperatures from Texas to western Tennessee, and that is just about every day for the next 1 or 2 weeks. Many of those locations had been a bit behind schedule as far as triple-digit highs. That's been changing in recent days. That zone of strong high pressure and a northward bulge in the jet stream, the main source of sunshine and heat, and you've got a lot of moisture from the Gulf and the Atlantic, bringing humidity levels way up. And the corn sweat we've been talking about there, stretching through the heart of corn-growing country, the vast fields of maturing crops, the evaporation of moisture boosting humidity levels there. In many cases, heat indices will be in the 110 to 115 range from states that touch the western part of the Gulf Coast through Oklahoma, Arkansas, portions of Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Tennessee. At those sort of levels, it can be dangerous to be outdoors in the heat for an extended period of time. So again, we've been talking about this for days and will be for days ahead. From late this week to early next week, the main dome of heat is shifting into the southeastern states and expanding and strengthening over the central states here. In the final week of July into the early days of August, the heat dome is going to expand to include much of the interior west. We will be watching for some cooler, less humid air slicing southward over parts of the Midwest and Northeast. I did see a frontal system dropping in toward maybe Wednesday of next week that's going to bring much cooler, to 10 to 15 degree drop in daytime highs for much of the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley region. Obviously, in the core of the heat dome, you will not see much thunderstorm activity. The periphery, the active edges where storms do occur, they can be quite feisty. Heat on one flank and cooler air on the other, giving it a little bit of extra energy. So yeah, it's hot out there. But historically speaking, when does the hottest day typically occur in your neck of the woods. Many locations in the U.S. experience the highest temperatures right here in late July, according to the 30-year average of daily mean temperatures. It's not the case everywhere. People living near the California coast actually hit their highest temperatures in September. San Francisco is one of the latest cities in the country that actually peaks the warmest temperatures on October 2nd, mainly because marine fog keeps the coastline from getting warm earlier in the season. On the other hand, parts of the desert Southwest, they max out early in late June, with the earliest peak in a slice of land around Terlingua, Texas. Temperatures peak on June the 11th. Yeah, this is before the onset of the annual monsoon season, with the uptick in moisture and thunderstorms that can limit some of those extreme temperatures. New Orleans typically experiences their hottest temperatures coming up August 3rd. You're within a degree or two for most of the summer there. Buffalo actually peaks out on July 20. Even though the summer solstice marks the longest day of the year, the hottest temperatures arrive weeks after that fact because the Earth continues to absorb more heat during the day than what it loses at night well into the month of July. And that's why we see temperatures continue to rise before they will gradually start to cool as we head into autumn. Each year, of course, is different for each location, but for vacation and other long-term planning purposes, this kind of gives you a guide, an idea of when the hottest temperatures fall during any given calendar year. It's summertime. Hello, Philly Dan, TGIF. Yes, sirree. I hope everyone has a great weekend. As so many are saying, so sad, Hulk Hogan passing away. Wow, rest in peace. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up the midnight hour for the final time this week. We find Steve Summers in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker, throwing the breakers, the FR3 antenna. Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. There you go. Let the vibrations of the 18 wheels rolling across these United States into your spinal column. You can feel it, right? Can you feel it? Let's go. 844-844-3388. Marianne is in the house this early Friday. Tapeworm, good morning, Steve. Lost an all-time great this past day. Rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Thanks for all the great entertainment and the memories. Hulkamania forever. Hello, Boss Man. Good morning, all. Happy Friday Eve. Boss Man checking here in Indiana, headed toward New York. Tell you what, vacation wasn't long enough, so it's back to the real world now, right? Safe travels there. Rubber Duck, where are we at? Tipton, Indiana, headed to Indy in a few. Good morning, all the listeners. Be safe, and God bless. Good afternoon, Larry, hammer down. Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday to you. Hope you have a great weekend. Well, I'm headed to my store in Conway, Arkansas. Then it's off to Russellville to backhaul to the warehouse. Just a heads up, I-40 from Memphis to Little Rock is shut down. Had a multi-vehicle pileup that involved a hazmat tanker. This all unfolded about 2 o'clock this past afternoon, but the interstate is still closed. I would advise using Highway 64 over Highway 70 as it's a 2-lane road that's probably jammed up. But a heads up, and I'll check in later in the program. All right. Hello, buddy. Hey, Steve, still on vacation in southern Florida with the family. I could get used to this. Rest in peace to Hulk Hogan, the wrestling icon. Prayers for his family. Let's crank it up. Real American by Rick Derringer. And remember the Hulkster. Jerry, hello. The perfect day today, Friday. Mr. Trump opening mental hospitals in the future. See Hulk Hogan and Chuck Mangione, the jazz legend, passing away. Heat index 106 for Kokomo today. Hey, I loved hearing Doc Holliday last night. He's such a fun guy. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for putting the Steve Summers Overnight Drive for the best radio show on the air. Sarah Spencer and I say be safe, everyone, and thank you for all the sacrifices you truck drivers make. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Hello to Brett, driving through Cheyenne, Wyoming tonight, which, boy, 60 degrees? That's downright comfortable. Yeah, beautiful night there. All right, all is well on the confluence of the 5, 50, 65, 70, 80, and 99. 77 degrees after a high of 84. Godspeed to you and all the followers out there. Matthew says, I had the opportunity to interview Hulk Hogan twice, and I can tell you he was 100% good as gold. He was a true patriot. President Trump also had some words to say. Hulk was MAGA all the way. Yes, indeed. All right, who else on board? There's Buckeye Boy. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 75 degrees in Story City, Iowa. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south for the land of Oz. Then it's off to the Weiss compound to hang out with the hot blonde wife. As always, an epic night for some high-speed trailer trucking. Anyone in a plastic truck that runs on a timer, please note, the Hammer Lane is built for large cars with big power that run miles and get the job done. Please be mindful. How about a shout-out to the Plowboy from Parks Livestock of Iowa? There you go. Hello to Bob in Michigan, checking in out of the box this early Friday morning. Let's see, Gilligan, checking in here. Good to have you on board. There's Bill. Good morning, everyone. 77 here with the light, cool breeze coming off the lake in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. It's now been a month since I started my new job. Good news, my blood sugar levels have improved by 20%. I lost 11 pounds. My checkbook has improved as well. You think that's all maybe contributed from being off the long haul road? Getting an opportunity to be home every night, that's the idea. All right, Gary is Gilligan. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under the stars, Dublin, Virginia. 70 degrees. Did you see Kenneth Washington also passed of Hogan's Heroes? Yeah, I think he was the last, the final leading cast character from Hogan's Heroes that passed away. All right, hope everyone has a safe weekend. When you get to it, keep it shiny side up. And there's Buckeye Boy, I-80 East, just went through Council Bluff, Iowa. 73 degrees. I get loaded around noon this past day. I've been rolling pretty well. Sad to see, yes, the Hulkster passing. What an interesting entertainer and a friend to President Trump, whose speech, you may recall, at the Republican National Convention was legendary. Have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Well, you know what Friday means. Well, I know what it means to me. What's it mean to you? I guess it's... Lay it on us there, Captain Ron.
That must mean we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah.
for the last weekend of the month. Man, July flew by.
It did. Yep. It always does. I say, we all look so forward to Independence Day, big celebration, kicking off the summertime, grilling season and all that, and then boom, almost rolling into back to school time.
Right? Getting close to time to cover up the swimming pool and all that stuff. You didn't get much use out of that this year, did you?
We have not. I mean, it looks like this may be a good weekend to maybe get out there with our heat indices in the 100 plus every day for the next 5-6 days.
Yeah, we're still hot down here in Florida. It's not. I guess I'm getting up close to the Georgia-Florida line right now. It's 78 degrees, but my watch says it's 90% humidity. So I got my scissors going, cutting the air out of the way.
It's thick.
Yeah, Clearwater lost one of its little fairly popular celebrities. He lived here in Clearwater.
The Hulkster?
They said massive.
The Hulkster did?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
heart attack.
Yeah, he lived in Clearwater. Massive cardiac arrest. I saw some posts before I went to bed today that said he had died, but they were like fake news, like it wasn't true.
Mm-hmm.
So then when I got up, it's all over the internet. Everybody was posting about it. Clearwater Police even did a timeline report.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all I saw. And then we lost, 4 pretty well-known celebrities this week? Ozzy, you had the Malcolm, Warner or whatever his last name was, Theo from the Cosby Show.
Yes.
Is drowned.
Yep.
And Chuck,
Mangione.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he passed away. There was one of the police from Smokey and the Bandit that passed away. One of the minor. If you saw his face, you'd know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
He passed away. It's losing a lot of celebrities here lately. So that's got me thinking, all these wrestlers, they're pretty healthy, wouldn't you think? Wouldn't you say?
Well, absolutely, yeah. Hulkster, I mean, for 71 years old, I mean, he seemed to be a picture of health.
Yeah, and then you got Mick Jagger that's still touring at 88 years old.
All right.
How's that possible? You know what I mean? It's crazy. But I ain't got much going on this weekend. You?
Not a whole lot on the. Like I said, hopefully maybe get some pool time out there, and I do think if you look on you'll see that I'm looking like a shaggy dog. It's time to get a hold of the barber to take a few pounds off.
Get a haircut?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I may try to do that too. I got them scars on my temple that are finally starting to get a little clear, but I got to try to figure out how to cut around it or something. But I've been doing my own. I just get the clippers and just buzz it all off and be done.
Right.
I haven't been to a barber shop, and it's probably been 20 years. I just do it myself. But anyway, I don't have a whole lot. Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster, and a big shout out to Beach Bum. He's back there chasing me tonight somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
The past 2 nights, I was an hour and a half late getting out of my first stop, so he was way ahead of me the past couple of days. But I think I got him tonight.
There you go.
He'll probably beat me back, though.
The race is on.
Because I need my beauty sleep.
Right.
Yeah, I need my beauty sleep, so he'll probably pass me back. But anyway, appreciate you taking my call, and have a good weekend, everybody, and we'll talk at you later.
All right, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Hey, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Columbia University is agreeing to pay a $200 million fine to settle accusations by the Trump administration that the university discriminated against Jewish students.
The university will get hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grant money back after it was terminated because of the discrimination accusations during on-campus pro-Palestinian protests. President Trump posted on social media that Columbia is agreeing to end their ridiculous DEI policies. Scott Pringle, New York.
Japan confirms they have reached a trade agreement with the United States.
Mitch McCann reports in a post on Truth Social, President Trump announced a 15% tariff on Japan's exports.
Donald Trump says Japan has also agreed to allow imports of American cars, trucks, rice, and other agricultural products.
The 15% tariff rate is well below the 25% rate the Trump administration had threatened. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, rolling into a Friday. Of course, our Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker in Southwest Ohio, in the suburbs of Cincinnati. Grew up in this town, and locally there's it's a local chain of one of the best rib joints in the entire country, which has been frequented by many celebrities, presidents, you name it, over the years, known as Montgomery Inn. And they shared a post this past day, taking a moment to commemorate the wrestling legend who actually had become a regular there. Hulk Hogan made Montgomery Inn part of his story. His first visit was back in the 90s when he was in town with the wrestling training program. Not long after, we were given one of his championship belts. And it's been proudly hanging over the entrance of what is known as the Montgomery Inn Boathouse, right there on the Ohio River, since the early 2000s. A few years later, Hogan returned with his daughter, Brooke, while she was pursuing a music career. She had a meeting with iHeartMedia in town. As they walked in, though, he immediately spotted the belt on the wall and was genuinely fired up to see it still hanging there. He told us it meant a lot to him. And his most recent visit, classic Hogan, he told his driver, "Take me to the rib place on the river with my belt hanging over the stairs. They've got the best food." And just like that, he was back. 3 visits, 1 championship belt, and a lot of ribs later. Yeah, we're proud to have created these memories with Hulk Hogan over the years. Rest in peace, brother. Now, they're saying emergency medical services were sent to his home in Clearwater, Florida, early Thursday. Reports of cardiac arrest. Rumors that his health had been deteriorating emerged a few weeks ago when his wife Sky dismissed rumors that he was in a coma. Instead, she insisted that his heart was strong at the time. He had recently undergone several surgeries, one of which prompted TMZ Sports to report last month that the Hulkster was on his deathbed. No one in the world of professional wrestling and few others in the realm of sports impacted the generations that watched them more than Hulk Hogan. A symbol of patriotic strength, faith, physical toughness. He inspired children in the 80s and 90s and beyond to reach their full physical and moral potential. Every wrestling event during the peak of Hogan's career featured thousands of Hulkmaniacs decked out in his signature yellow shirts and red lettering. Hogan settled America's Cold War-era disputes in the ring. To the delight of fans, in 1984, he defeated the trash-talking Iron Sheik for the heavyweight championship. And who could forget 1985 when he defended that belt while carrying the stars and stripes decked out in a shirt that read American Made, and handily defeated the Soviet enemy, Nikola Volkov. In 1996, he went from hero to villain. After creating the New World Order, he changed his name to Hollywood Hulk Hogan. To kids from the 1980s, however, it was nearly impossible to view the Hulkster as the bad guy. 2005, inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. 10 years later, he would be removed from the Hall of Fame after Gawker posted clips of racial comments during a sexual encounter. Hogan would later sue Gawker and re-enter the Hall of Fame in 2020 as a member of the New World Order. In more recent times, Hogan made headlines, of course, outside the ring, becoming a baptized Christian at the age of 70. Also made that splash in the world of politics with his passionate speech in support of President Trump at the Republican National Convention just last year. Yes, he will be missed. One of a kind, right? And hello to the CNI dog. Hey there.
Good morning. Yes, Hulkster, he did some movies too. I wasn't too big of a fan of wrestling. I remember back in the day, my friend liked Dick the Bruiser, and he said that wrestling way back when was a little bit more hardcore than it was later on in the 80s and stuff like that. But I love the Hulk, and also the Macho Man.
Yeah, Randy Savage.
Yeah. I usually kind of do his voice sometimes. It's pretty fun. You were talking about corn sweat. I used to, as a child, work with a couple of friends around the neighborhood, and we used to go out to a farm and pick weeds that are in the farms, you know, the oversized weeds, and it did get really hot, and it was different than just like being outside, you know, on the grass or in the park or anything like that. It does seem a lot hotter. And the last thing, did you get a chance to see that video I sent you?
Yes.
So
that answered because the question was, it was the Guinness Book of World Records attempt at, and I don't know how they come up with these categories, the most hot dogs dropped from a helicopter. So what was the name of the team? Was it the Slammers? 2,600 hot dogs.
Yeah.
They just dropped them in the middle of the field there.
Yeah, it was anticlimactic.
Yes.
Is that the right word? You're just dumping them out, you know, like somebody pulled over on the side of the road and just shaking stuff out of their car and driving away, you know?
Yeah. And then all the players come out on the field and they're scooping up on trays and they're throwing them into the stands to the people. I mean, I'm guessing those buns were pretty flapjacked by the time they got to the fans.
Yeah. Now, I thought I saw a clip, possibly, I might be wrong. Was Bill Murray involved with it?
Now, that I did not see. I'm not sure.
Maybe you could pull that up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could have, it could be something else. It could have been a previous time. But all right, I enjoy the show, and all could be missed. Oh, Chuck Mangione, love that guy. What a horn player.
Yes.
Real good. He, according to the guy, he doesn't play the trumpet. It's similar to that. But man, that guy could play. I remember that when I was a kid in the 70s, and I do have a song list, and that's one of the songs that is on my list currently. Ooh yeah, old soul 3. Have a good one, Steve.
There you go. And I did a quick search there. You're correct. Apparently, Bill Murray is actually part owner of that team, the Joliet Slammers. He was present for the team's world record attempt of dropping 2,600 packaged hot dogs from the helicopter on the field during the game. Of course, sponsored by Pabst Light. That took place Tuesday evening at the Slammers Stadium there in Joliet, Illinois. All those hot dogs then distributed to the fans out there. It's a free hot dog. But yeah, Bill Murray was in attendance there. All right, Grumps on board. Got you coming up. Brother Rambler here early on a Friday. Good morning.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Are you training? Are you saying your prayers and eating your vitamins? Man, I tell you what, praise God, what a loss. What a loss. As a child of the 80s, this has been a tough week.
Yeah.
A tough week. Want to just get the time machine and go back in time, back to the 80s. As a family, we watch a lot of television. The A-Team, which Hulk Hogan starred in that. Night Court, Cheers, Knight Rider. Let's see, what else would we watch? We watch a lot of stuff growing up and of course, The Cosby Show.
Mm-hmm.
We were big fans of The Cosby Show. And, we love Theo because, let's just face it, my brother and I, we couldn't keep a clean room. And we love Theo because every time you walked into Theo's room on The Cosby Show, it was always a mess. It was always dirty and filthy. He never could. He was your typical teenage boy, like, me and my brother were, just could not keep a clean room. But if you walked in my brother and mine's room, on his side, and we shared a room for a long time, living in Miami, Florida, on the Coast Guard housing project, right next to the Miami-Dade Zoo down there. On his side was the Macho Man, and on my side was Hulk Hogan. We were huge wrestling fans. We were also music fans too. So growing up back in the day, we were very familiar with Ozzy Osbourne also. And now look, we were just kids, and everyone knows that the New York Giants was a dominant team from the 80s. They won 2 Super Bowls, and just being kids, we thought, I forget what Ozzy album it was. Pappy would know. Killer of Giants. We always thought that was the New York Giants theme song. That's what they come to the football field on. But of course, that wasn't true. Just a pretty good Ozzy Osbourne song. But growing up, Steve, I want to peel back the curtain on my personal life, if you don't mind. You've heard me talk for years about Dirty Diapers, and Dirty Diapers is my biological father.
Mm-hmm.
He was not around when I was a child growing up. We were later rekindled. We were finding one another, and we had a relationship. It was on again, off again, and last 2 years of his life, we made up. We had a pretty good relationship. My mom married my stepdad, who I called Dad, named William W. McDaniel, E-7 United States Coast Guard, retired. we were stationed down in Miami, Florida, and I was scared of him. I was very intimidated and very scared of my stepdad because I seen him get angry or not really lose his temper. He was a big, imposing figure. He was 6'3". He was half Nez Perce Indian. And, he worked out because he was one of the ones that he was on what was called the Coast Guard Strike Team. So Coast Guard Strike Team he was one of the ones that if there was a rescue, he dove into the waters. You had to be physically fit. So he was very imposing and very freakish. So it scared me. I was frightened of him. Saying that, I would see him become a human being in my eyes when we were allowed once a month to sit up late and Saturday Night Live was improvised by WWF and Saturday Night's Main Events. I would get to see my dad be this imposing figure who, God bless him, he worked 2 jobs, worked at Alterman's. If any of you old truck drivers, you remember Alderman down there in Homestead. Philip Morgan would remember that. So he worked Coast Guard during the day, Alterman loading trucks at night because his ex-wife gouged him for child support. And we needed the extra money, so he didn't want my mother working. He took on the responsibility of working. So, he was raised about like your dad was raised, Steve. That typical old way of, I'm not going to tell you I'm proud of you. I'm not going to tell you that I love you. I want to show you I love you by working. And that's how the men were back then. That's how my dad was. He was not one to show love or affection. But when we would watch wrestling, we got to see him we got to see, in my eyes, him become a human being. Because he was just as big of a wrestling fan as me and my brother were. And when Hulk Hogan would come out, he would just go absolutely crazy like we would. He would really get into it. And the Russian he would beat up was Nikolai Volkov. And I had one of his wrestling dolls along with the Iron Sheik and so many others. But just growing up, watching my dad become a kid and become human right along with us, and not seeing him as this big, imposing figure that I was frightened and terrified of and did not want to make him mad. But realizing that my dad just wasn't this big, scary fella, that he could become a human being and get on the same level as his kids. And I was walking my dogs when my buddy Phil called me. He said, "Have you heard the news?" I'm like, I'm thinking, that our boss got fired or something. I'm like, no, what's going on? And he told me, and I had to hang up the phone. It just ripped my heart out. It really did. I mean, I don't listen to heavy metal music no more. And so I don't know where Ozzy stood with the Lord Jesus Christ. I've read several stories that he did profess, Jesus as his Lord and Savior, and I prayed that he did. But Hulk Hogan, man, that one just really took the wind out of my sails because I was a lifelong fan and I got to see him change wrestling. I was just telling Chris Cooper, my old buddy there, we both grew up wrestling fans, how Hogan changed wrestling twice when he beat the Iron Sheik in '84 and just took wrestling all over the world. And again, when he dropped the leg on Macho Man and joined the NWO. I mean, if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, and Scott Hall, they were the first ones to have guaranteed contracts in wrestling. Back then, when you wrestled, if you didn't wrestle, you didn't get paid. Them 3 individuals got the first guaranteed contracts, and it opened the door for other wrestlers to get guaranteed contracts. And now when you're hurt, you don't have to take a bunch of pain pills, snort a bunch of cocaine, smoke a bunch of meth to get through the next match. You can actually get guaranteed money that if you're hurt, you can take the time off and still get paid. And they opened the door for that, Steve. They opened the door for that in professional wrestling. And But Hulk Hogan would not have been Hulk Hogan if it was not for another wrestler that Larry Brimlow and I love, and that is superstar Billy Graham, because he was the one that introduced the entertainment into it. But Hulk Hogan took it and just I mean, like with the rocket ship, strapped the rocket ship to him, and he went to the moon with it. And I'm glad to know that Hogan got his life straight with the Lord. I seen him get baptized, him and his wife, and he professed the Lord Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. I mean, I know he had that beer that he was sponsoring, and to each his own with that. But he was also with Eric Bischoff, fishing to start a wrestling organization with Chael Sonnen and Kurt Angle as being commentators. Where Steve, and it's made me think about your nephew. They started a wrestling organization based on real Roman Greco wrestling, Olympic-style wrestling, that they were going to put entertainment into it. I thought about your nephew, Lucas, being a NCAA champion. That would be a place he could go and work, go get a guaranteed contract, do real mat wrestling, no punches, no chokes, real mat wrestling, with entertainment thrown into it to make it more entertaining and more appealing. And this is going to be launched next month. And it was Hogan and Eric Bischoff's brainchild. And I guess the Lord had more important things for him to do up there in heaven. But I want to encourage you, God's children, because I got a secret I want to tell you. I know how you can live forever. Steve, I found the secret to eternal life. Do you realize that? There is a fountain of youth. I have found it. Many others have found it too. And if you will just tune in this weekend at 5:00 p.m. to Determined Ministries Church, I want to share that secret with you. You'll like it. All it's going to cost you is your heart. Just surrender your heart, and you'll know what it's like to have the fountain of youth and live eternally and live forever. Just come on, have church with us. We may talk a little wrestling, and maybe Ozzy will come up, maybe the Michael Jamal Warner. And look, I didn't know who Chuck Mangione was until King of the Hill. And you can laugh at that if you want to. I had no idea who Chuck Mangione was until I started watching King of the Hill. And I'm like, who is this guy? Then I figured out who Chuck Mangione was. But he was a phenomenal jazz musician. But come on and be with us. We would love to have you join us. 5:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. We'll be singing your favorite gospel songs. And look, God's got a great message. And I will tell you the secret to living forever. And Steve, before I get off here, there is another nicely kept show that comes on after Determined Ministries Church. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, certainly at the midnight hour Eastern Time. That would be none other than the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And you know what? That show has a website, overnightdriveradio.com. Get all your Steve Summers swag on overnightdriveradio.com, including your hot shot. And you can go to their website, but I prefer you to go to overnightdriveradio.com, get your hot shot secret, get all your Steve Summers swag, and God's children, we love you out there. And listen, I know us children of the 80s have had a tough week, but if you know the Lord Jesus Christ, you know where they're at. We will see them again, and I want to encourage you to love one another. If you have a grievance against your brother or your sister, look, your mom and dad, please make it right. Make it right, because you never know when you're going to get that phone call. Brooke Hogan never made it right with her dad. Brutus Beefcake never made it right with his friend Hulk Hogan. Make it right, and we're going to leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and I'll try and call in at the loneliest hour. We love you, God's children. God bless you. We'll talk to you later.
Hey, thank you for checking in early this Friday morning. There you go. Yeah, President Trump stating from his home in Clearwater, Florida, that Hogan was MAGA all the way. He said, "We lost a great friend today, the Hulkster." Hulk Hogan was MAGA all the way. Strong, tough, smart, but with the biggest heart. Gave an absolutely electric speech at the Republican National Convention last summer, and actually said his remarks were one of the highlights of the entire week. Of course, taking the stage at the convention to the chants of USA, USA, and told the crowd that Trump, who was then the nominee, always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America's going to start winning again. He entertained fans from all over the world, and of course, the cultural impact he had was massive, according to President Trump. All right, 844-844-3388. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. Tell is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit Tell360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The feud between President Trump and Fed Chair Jerome Powell is taking a new turn. The two had an awkward exchange in front of reporters over a discrepancy of new cost estimates for renovations at the Federal Reserve Building.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added our entire capital. Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Right, no, but it's a building that's being built.
It happened as he toured the building in D.C. today because Trump wanted to take a closer look at the controversial $2.1 billion in renovations that Powell signed off on. This is only the fourth visit to the building by a sitting president since 1937. The suspect in the attempted assassination of President Trump is going to be allowed to represent himself.
In a hearing today in Florida, the judge ruled that Ryan Routh can defend himself after advising against it. Routh said that he didn't have faith in public defenders because they're afraid of him, which the lawyers said was untrue. Routh is accused of staking out Trump for 12 hours with a rifle on Trump's golf course in September of last year. He pleaded not guilty to attempting to assassinate a major presidential candidate and other charges. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Fertility rate has has dropped to a historic low.
The fertility rate has fallen below 1.6 children per woman. Experts note that for America to replace its population, a fertility rate of 2.1 children is required. The number of babies born in the U.S. has been declining for nearly 2 decades as more women delay motherhood or opt not to have children. The Trump administration has been considering providing better access to in vitro fertilization and offering financial incentives, so-called baby bonuses, to encourage childbearing. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 316 points. The S&P 500 gained 4 points. The Nasdaq rose by 37 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Authorities fear there are no survivors after a Soviet-era passenger plane carrying nearly 50 people crashed at the base of a mountain in Far East Russia.
Here's reporter Daria Bondarchuk.
A crew error or a possible technical malfunction of the jet are considered as probable causes of the plane crash. Rescue operation is underway, but is complicated because the debris is scattered across a densely wooded area.
The regional governor says the plane operated by Angara Airlines disappeared from radar as it was preparing to land. Crews were sent to the scene after the wreckage was spotted from a helicopter. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. Department of Justice agrees with Seattle that the time has come to end the consent decree over the Seattle Police Department.
The consent decree was first put into effect to help Seattle Police improve its use of force, crisis intervention, stops and detentions, and accountability. DOJ says Seattle has substantially improved its compliance with the consent decree. The city of Seattle has requested termination of the decree. A federal judge will decide. I'm Brad Ford.
According to Good Housekeeping, the average home has 3 laundry baskets, but they're not being used.
According to a new study, 44% of us admit to what's known as a floor drobe. That's tossing your clothes on the floor instead of in the laundry bin. We do it mostly for the rewear factor. Psychology Today says it's okay as long as it's just 1 or 2 outfits, but more might lead to deeply disturbing insight into you. But you can always shut the door and no one will know. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
right, we're kicking off a Friday, rolling into a brand new day from time zone to time zone, 25th day of July. This hour, we'll get to some of the industry headlines. Top stories. Cargo theft numbers continue to climb, according to the latest report from CargoNet. Out of control. The numbers, astronomical. We'll break it down. Broker transparency regulations. Coming up in testimony before the Senate committee earlier this week, is saying that these shady practices, many truckers being defrauded. So looking to strengthen the existing broker transparency rules. Right now, they do have a notice of proposed rulemaking. And of course, last month said that it plans to take steps to address unlawful brokers out there. Just a couple of the tidbits we'll get to. And good morning to the Grump here on a Friday.
Hey, good morning. I got to weigh in just a second here on Hulk Hogan. My cousin was a professional wrestler. His name was Eddie Graham, and so was his son Mike. They were part of that whole group. And Eddie, when he retired from wrestling, he was a promoter for a long time. He lived down by Tampa and Clearwater area in there. So he and when the Hulk first come up, he he was the other caller there. He was talking about superstar Billy Graham. Well, he teamed up with Eddie and it was Dr. Jerry Graham, and they were like the Graham family.
Mm-hmm.
That was, even though Eddie and Billy Graham were not related, neither was Eddie and Jerry Graham, but they all wrestled together. And when Eddie retired, he was in bad shape. He had so much. He had taken so many steroids and stuff, and so did Mike, his boy. They his knees and everything was shot. He was just in so much damn pain. He became a promoter, and he was initially one of Hulk Hogan's first promoters, and they, back in the day, and Hulk actually went to his funeral when he died there. But that was kind of a weird thing. Eddie died of, he was in so much pain all the damn time, and he was an alcoholic from the pain and the steroids and everything. He drank to kind of mask the pain that he had. Now, the official record of death for him was suicide, and which he did. He shot himself. But how in the hell do somebody commit suicide and die of multiple gunshots?
Right.
I still, we still don't, the family just, they still didn't understand that one. And Mike, his son, actually committed suicide also some years later. But, it was a kind of a deal there. They just, they were in that mess and, and all that. And they made a lot of money. I mean, back in them days during wrestling, I know they lived quite well. When, they'd come around to family reunions or something. We'd see them once in a while. But, they, see him on TV all the time. And he did an interview, Eddie did. He did an interview on 60 Minutes and talked about the steroid use and the drug use and the alcohol use and everything like that. And, that they had in, that was going on in the wrestling industry at that time. But, I guess everybody was, was hitting the steroids and doing the, cuts across the forehead, the slicing, they called it, I guess. Mm-hmm. Things like that with a razor blade and helping bleed. But Eddie was actually in a locker room, and I think what ended his career was he was in the locker room and a big window frame had fell out. I don't know if somebody was messing with it or what, but it fell out, and he looked up and it hit him in the head and actually detached both his retinas and messed his eyes up, and it put a ton of stitches across his head and everything. So that really messed him up, but that pretty much ended his career right there. But Yep, that wrestling stuff, man. We grew up with it. My grandmother, she wouldn't miss a damn.
Really?
You got in the way. Oh yeah, you got in the way of her wrestling when it was on. And buddy, I'll tell you what, that old woman would body slam your ass. She did not play it when wrestling was on. The kids shut up. But yeah, her. Of course, it was her nephews that was wrestling too, so she liked watching them. But the Graham boys. But yeah, they and Tojo. Remember Tojo Yamamoto and Haystack Calhoun and all them guys that used to wrestle. Yeah, Granny was into it, buddy. She was. Yeah, she had to watch that. Right? Of course, she thought every bit of it was true. You didn't dare tell her anything different.
Right.
And she watched it all the way up until she died, man. I mean, she loved wrestling. But anyway, we was talking about brokers last night.
Yeah.
And I kind of got on the laptop and I, got a couple of numbers. I called the FMCSA today and was talking to some individuals over there about the broker system. And I said, you got an accurate count on just how many licensed brokers there are? And I said, about 27,000, give or take, they don't really have that much of an accurate count. And then they set up that the unlicensed brokers and the ones that operate under the radar can be upwards to 300,000 in the country. And when you look at it, Steve, we got a lot of freight that moves around here every week. I mean, probably 600,000-700,000 loads a week, with all the trucks and everything that's, hits the load boards and things like that. And the top 1,000 brokers that are out here, I mean, the big name brokers and everybody that is licensed, and they control about 88% of the wealth in the brokerage system. And so the ones that, if you look at it, the oddball brokers, the brokers that are unlicensed and just kind of operate off the radar, they didn't really start up that much until after we started getting all these, foreign drivers and all these other crazy companies started popping up. And I'm just kind of wondering how, when you look at 22 or 12% of the freight that's out here, 12% of that money that's out on the table out here, that's a lot of damn money, man.
Mm-hmm.
Considering the billions of dollars worth of freight that we have. And I don't know what the FMCSA is going to do as far as trying to control that, that many unlicensed brokers out here, other than the fact that they kind of left it up to the companies, the shippers, to do their own policing on things. If you want, your freight moved on legitimate trucks and by legitimate brokers and things like that, then you're going to have to do your own policing. That means, check their license or check their insurance and everything else and make sure everything's legit before you give them the freight. Well, a lot of this stuff that's hitting the load boards that we're seeing, that you see out and about, it's a pallet here, a pallet there. And a lot of these fly-by-night outfits that just pop up, I mean, they handle a lot of this cheap crap freight that nobody, really wants to pull, but they'll build these loads up, may have 10 different stops, 10 different pallets, things like that. And they'll put all this together, and then whether or not they pay the truck is just the trucker. I guess it's his luck if he does, or if he gets paid. But there's so many trucking companies that operate looking at that kind of freight.
Mm-hmm.
They when you look at the freight, it's not just the freight system, but one of the numbers that we're that's been coming back up on the trucking companies that are out here, the single truck owner operators that's out here, that's running the crap and all the other stuff, is a lot of these people that were actually here operating under a visa and overstaying their visas. And from what I understand, the government has absolutely no intention on bothering any of these people, because number one, they're moving this junk freight around that that keeps the economy going, or whatever, keeps businesses moving. And number two, they're not. The way they look at it is, I guess, is that they're being somewhat productive. But I kind of see it a little different. I see them people like that. One of the reasons why freight is so damn cheap is because there is such a glut on trucks, and they're one of the reasons. And it kind of pisses you off when you see brokers that are operating under the radar. And we don't mess with brokers. We haul our own freight, or I don't mess with them. I mean, they get some broker freight here and there, if they can't find a company load that's coming out of one of the plants or something like that to get you back somewhere. I don't mess with it because I don't like brokers. Number one, every damn one of them wants you to download, their app on your phone so they can track you and do this and do that. And I've always had a little bit of a fear about that, because you don't know who in the hell these people are. I mean, if they find a load that's hauling from point A to point B that is cheap, but it'll get you here, it'll pay for your fuel or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just download their app. Hell, you don't know who in the hell's what's on the other end of that app, whether it's capturing bank information or whatever, that you have on your phone. Once you put that on there, you have no idea what it'll do. So I never do it. I've had brokers that, that raise hell, well, you're not getting the load if you don't put the app on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, stick your damn load. I don't care. I'm not doing it.
Right.
This is my phone. I'm not going to pay. I'm not going to, take a chance on your app screwing up my phone or something like that. And there's a lot of them that are legitimate that, they have, the little lock and everything on the app and go the extra mile of, trying to protect your information. But, what guys don't understand is when you download that app on there, buddy, it can penetrate anything in your phone. If it's a worm program or something like that, it can see anything. You got bank records on there, you got, bank accounts, everything from passwords, whatever. So I don't take the chance with it. But it's I think they're just going to have to do something. They're going to pull the trigger on and start getting more of a control of these brokers and these agents and stuff that's out here. When the FMCSA themselves says, the top 1,000 brokers that's out here, operating controls 88% of the money. Now that's a chunk of damn change. And I think JB Hunt and a few others that are big time freight forwarders and brokers and everything too. I mean, I don't think they would care if they even had a truck on the road anymore, because they control so much freight through their brokerage system. And that's the way a lot of these big companies operate. A lot of the big trucking companies, they also have their brokerage side. We have a brokerage side that takes I'd say about 90% of the meat haul, meat loads and everything that is produced through the company I'm leased to. It goes out the window on through their brokerage. So yeah, it's I guess we need more transparency on it, but you're always going to have these companies, and we talked about that before, about these trucking companies. That's all they do is ride the load boards, and then they're going to bitch about the transparency on the loads and
Mm-hmm.
why the loads are so damn cheap. Well, it might start out at $4 a mile, but you got these algorithms and these companies that are running these algorithms that are sitting there looking at these loads, and they may just right off the bat look at that load and say it's going to get my truck from point A to point B where I need that truck for a higher paying load. Let's just go ahead and chop it down to $1.25 and see who tries to cut it. Well, hell, the broker just picked up all that money on that load, and the trucking company, because they can move that freight for $1.25 just to get their truck into some of their own stuff, into some of their own freight. They don't care. I mean, it's just gas money to them. They don't give a damn. And then you got these guys, you had one call the show that night and was raising hell about, the transparency and the fact that the rates go down. And I asked him the question. I said, do you just use the load board? Yep, that's it. Well, you can't bitch about the damn load board, if you got people that's underbidding you. I mean, you just can't do it. It's find your own customers or just continue to run what you're doing and shut up about it, because that's your two alternatives. But we've allowed this, or I say we have, but the government has allowed this to fester into this massive theft of I guess you could say theft of freight, because they they've allowed so many people just to continue to run under this broker system. You know, they don't have license, they don't have insurance, they don't have any of this damn stuff. They don't have no desire to ever get it, and they stay just low enough under the radar that nobody cares. They just, okay, go ahead, you know, move that cheap freight. It's getting moved. You know, some of the businesses are happy with it. They're like, okay, you know, if that's the way it is, you know, these, you know, the small companies and everything that might only have 4 pallets, you know, 4 pallets or 4 skids or something coming out the door, they don't care. You know, it's like, oh, we're getting our stuff moved. We don't care. So, you know, where's it end? I mean, you've been around this for a long time. I mean, you've seen so many changes since, you know, you took over, you know, the show, you know, the Bozo show, 2004.
Yep.
But before that, you know, how many times in your show prep have you picked this stuff up and you've seen companies go out of business, brokerages go out of business, you know, things like that when you're looking at this. And you know, I mean, this is what we're contending with. I mean, you just, you know, try to stay on top of it. But that's, like I said, that's one reason why I don't take a lot of broker freight unless it's from a seriously legitimate one. And I tell them up front, I'm not downloading your damn app. That's not going to happen. You know, I pay $75 a month for a PeopleNet. You know, give the company a call. You know, they're the one booking the load, not me. You know, the other thing is, you know, last night we was talking about pay, a little bit on pay. You've seen this stuff since, you know, like I said, since, you know, you've been doing all these show preps and everything for years and reading all the companies that go under. You know, I'm just kind of wondering how many of these companies would go. I mean, you know, the majority of them are mismanaged to begin with. I'd say, you know, 99% of the damn companies that fail out here, it's just simple fact that the numbers don't add up. They have mismanaged the funds and everything for so long that they have no choice but to close the doors. But when you know, like last night we was talking about, you know, union companies, the LTL companies that are unionized, they're you know, here they are with a 8 to 10% turnover rate.
Mm-hmm.
I think about the highest was about 13%. And the reason is you don't see these guys staying out for weeks on end. You don't see them, you know, I mean, a good committee among themselves there. The benefits are fantastic, you know, and I'm not a union promoter, but it doesn't take much to have companies look at this as a structure and say, you know, the writing's on the wall. Maybe we've been doing things wrong. Well, I talked to a couple of different union people at one time, you know, union heads, and you know, about how they would unionize a large trucking company. And they said they could write a contract for anything, but first and foremost, that the drivers would probably have to be paid different, you know, paid on the hour, you know, versus by the mile, because this piecework that we do out here, where guys are paid by the mile, and then you're sitting there staring at that clock, and it's one of the things that promotes the speeding and the reckless driving and stuff like that. Is they're looking at the damn clock saying, hell, I just got held up back there in traffic for 4 hours. I got to make some money today. You know, in your opinion, what would you think would happen if guys were paid by the hour and they got held up in traffic and they're saying, I don't give a rat's ass. You know, I sat here all day. Don't matter to me. I'm getting paid. You know, how many more companies do you think would go out of business because they had to pay somebody to, you know, or would freight rates go up? What do you think, you know, would happen on that? If the pay structure was just to be flipped and changed completely from mileage to a percentage, or to a, you know, guys would know exactly what they're going to get paid at the end of that load.
Well, isn't that the primary reason the companies don't want to go to the hourly pay? They're afraid that their drivers, you know that there's a wreck ahead and you may be stuck for 2 hours, and you don't take an alternate route because you're going to get paid. It may have a detrimental impact. I don't know.
You know, I kind of look at it like that. I was at a place, and the company called and he said, hey, don't be late here. And I said, I'm not going to be late. Hell, I'm early. And I said, they'll take you, 15 minutes early, but that's about it. But if you're 15 minutes late, they'll fine you $1,000 or whatever. I said, they ain't fining me a damn dime, and you see that every day, though. You see that every day here. So many of these places, and a lot of these company drivers, they don't realize that. I mean, they don't see that, but the companies will get fined for a truck being late for whatever reason. Hell, you can't control what's happening down the road. I can only see what's the truck in front of me. I can't see what's happening 5 miles down the road, and you can't get anything on a CB anymore. But when you pull up to a wreck and you're sitting and saying, well, hell, I'm late because I got to sit here in the highway for 4 hours, and then you go to the receiver and they're like, we don't care what you had to do. That's $1,000, or $500 or $200, whatever it is. But you can sit there on that damn dock for 6 hours and they'll sit there and swear up and down that, they don't pay detention time or anything like that. They'll be like, well, that's just the way it is. And I haven't seen anything as far as the government is concerned on saying, look, if you're going to tie a truck up for 4 hours, hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you're going to tie a truck up for 4 hours, and by God, you can pay them, to sit there. You can pay the detention time, but it don't work like that, because there is such a glut on trucks out here that these companies will look at it and go, look, don't bitch about it. Just suck it up and sit there for 6 hours, because if you start raising hell, and then we have to try to sock them for some money, for detention time for you sitting there, then they're just going to give the load to somebody that'll sit there. There is absolutely no standard out here that I can see that one company follows after the other, where everything is uniform. They just don't see it like that. It's always going to be the truck that is going to suffer. It's just like these brokerages and things like that. They make money off a load. The load can be cut to pieces, or they can just give you the load, but they're going to make money off of it. Whoever booked the damn load is going to make money off of it. And what the truck driver is going to get is the scraps that's left over.
And right there, we're going to get to the news break here, but during the testimony earlier this week, though, they said, unfortunately, brokers have a long history of deliberately, blatantly circumventing the transparency requirements. In order to protect against fraud and scams, we tell our members at OOIDA that they should closely examine the documentation and verify all the information as legitimate. If the brokers are allowed to continue evading federal transparency regulations, it's going to make it difficult for carriers to determine who's adhering to the rules and who may be trying to scam them here. All right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Columbia University is agreeing to pay a $200 million fine to settle accusations by the Trump administration that the university discriminated against Jewish students.
The university will get hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grant money back after it was terminated because of the discrimination accusations during on-campus pro-Palestinian protests. President Trump posted on social media that Columbia is agreeing to end their ridiculous DEI policies. Scott Pringle, New York.
Japan confirms they have reached a trade agreement with the United States.
Mitch McCann reports in a post on Truth Social, President Trump announced a 15% tariff on Japan's exports.
Donald Trump says Japan has also agreed to allow imports of American cars, trucks, rice, and other agricultural products.
The 15% tariff rate is well below the 25% rate the Trump administration had threatened. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here at 844-844-3388. I guess Knucklebuster must be in a bad cell zone. He had dialed us up, lost signal, dialed us back, lost signal. Hey, looking forward to saying hello to the Knucklebuster. Haven't heard from him in a few days. Of course, as he mentioned, there's not a whole lot of things funny right now. So, thinking about you there, Knucklebuster. You're in our thoughts. Yeah, real quick, shifting gears before we get back to some of the other industry headlines. A gentleman by the name of Ken Blackwell. I recognize it well because he was the mayor of my city for several years, then went on to be the treasurer in the state of Ohio through the mid to late 90s, then Secretary of State from like 1999 to the year 2000. Ken Blackwell this past day posting that most people have no clue how much danger Tulsi Gabbard is in right now. She's not playing politics. She's putting her life on the line by taking on the deep state directly. She's naming names. She's exposing the rot. And she's not backing down. She called out Barack Obama Yeah, not just as a failed president, but as the architect of a system that has lied to the American people, weaponized federal power, and targeted anyone who dared to get in the way. Obama used the FBI, CIA, IRS, Department of Justice as tools to protect himself and crush his enemies. He gave the green light to spy on Trump. He backed the Russian hoax. He sat at the top while this whole country was divided, corrupted, and manipulated. And while the media protects him, Tulsi Gabbard stood up and said what no one else would. That takes real courage. The kind that comes with a cost. She knows what she's up against. Yeah, the threats are not theoretical. They are real. Political power like this doesn't go quietly. People who expose it don't walk away unscathed. So we pray for her safety, seriously, not just thoughts and words, but real prayer for protection, for strength, for clarity, because she's putting everything on the line for the truth, and that makes her a threat to the people who built this broken system. They will try to silence her. They will try to destroy her reputation, and if that doesn't work, they will try worse. But this is what a real patriot looks like, not someone reading safe lines off a teleprompter, not someone raising money off of empty slogans. Tulsi Gabbard is out there in the fire, alone, facing down a political machine that has ruined lives and toppled governments. And she's doing it with her head held high. We need more voices like hers, but we also need to protect the few that we've got. God bless you, Tulsi. God guides you. God protects you. The truth matters. The country matters. And so do the brave people who still have the spine to speak up, as he put it. Wow. And if you think about it, yeah, she really is. This is the deepest of the deep state that she's up against. And she's not backing down. And you see the number of additional stories that are supposedly whistleblowers from both the likes of the CIA and the DOJ are coming out of the work like cockroaches in the darkness. Wanting to say that we tried to turn it around. We begged them not to do this. Where does it go from here? All right, 844-3388. See what Scrapyard has going on a Friday. Good morning.
Well, it's just morning in this case. That Knucklebuster, still praying for you, brother. My family's needing some prayers right now. My poor old mama apparently tonight's had a stroke. I'm trying to get this truck back. And it is what it is. And I appreciate all of you. Reason I was calling in, happened to an associate of mine. He went and had his DOT physical done Monday, and he had to go by the DMV today and all that over his wife's vehicle, and he just went ahead and took his health card in there and wanted to make sure that it had been registered because of that law that went into effect in May.
Yeah.
It hadn't. And I got an associate in the company that's got to have his done tomorrow, and come to find out, most of these doctor's offices don't know about the new law that the doctor's office has to be the one that sends the paperwork in.
Wow.
To the DMV. You can't carry your health card in there, a copy of it no longer, and they won't even receive it from you. They just tell you that it's not your job. You can't self-certify anymore by bringing it in. It has to be sent in, and my friend's health card was to expire Saturday. Well, he called the doctor's office, the one that went by the DMV, and he called the doctor's office afterward. They didn't know the law existed.
Wow.
Yeah, so that those of you that have gotten your DOT physical since that law went into effect since May, you better double check, because you may be running on a Class D and not knowing it. And because a lot of these doctor's offices received no notification that was part of their duties now and responsibility.
For some reason, I'm not surprised, Scrapyard. I mean, this has been in the works. Hell, it seems like 8 or 10 years, and they kept postponing the deadline. And then this time around, they finally said, all right, whatever it was, May or June, it's in effect now. But I did see where, was it OIDA or the CVS? Somebody was actually recommending just keep that copy of your medical card in your possession just in case if you get pulled over. And they run. You get it. I guess they pull you in the scales and they do a check on you and they say, hey, you're not licensed to be a commercial driver. You say, well, I got my medical card here.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Everybody got to keep your hard copy, and which you had to do anyway beforehand. But the doctor's office is just dropping the ball.
Yeah,
and because they don't know and didn't know about this law going into effect, and basically nobody told all the DOT physical providers that hey, you have to do this now. This is your baby, and you got to take care of it. So all y'all out there, you may want to double check to make sure that you're not running illegal. Especially, if you're gone for weeks, if not months at a time, out on the road and all that from the house. Well, you're not going to get that letter until you get home and check your mailbox.
Yeah.
So there you go. So you may be in more trouble than you realize just because somebody else dropped the ball. Excuse me.
Well, again, I'm not a bit surprised, but yeah, I kind of figured there's going to be hiccups. Some states were ready, other states were trying to. There were some states trying to say, well, can we have another delay? Can you give us 6 more months or whatever? And they said no. You've had plenty of time.
And all they have to do is just basically scan the paperwork or do it online and basically send it over via fax. My associate's having his done tomorrow. Well, he's getting ready to retire later on this year and had to send the hell and mayhem about trying to get in these federal buildings. So he was looking around, finally found a FedEx office where he could send his paperwork for Social Security. He went in there and had to send a fax and all that because you have to basically either send it by fax, either that or go into a federal building and hand that paperwork off. And at the Social Security office, they didn't even have put a staff member's name on the paperwork so as to make sure that it got to the right person. So, like you said, you send something like that off, you never know who in the hell is going to get it. Like you're talking about on these load boards, about the phones, about the safety on your phones and tablets and other such, and all about dealing with these load boards. So, you have to be extremely cautious these days because, take it from me, having your bank account cleaned out and your identity stolen is no fun because I lost $16,000 overnight and never got it back. This was before all the protections were in place, and I'd worked for a decade, and that was what I was able to save, and then all of a sudden it's gone with no way of getting it back. So y'all be extremely careful and all that, and I'll get out of your hair and let y'all get back to it.
Thank you very much. There you go, Scrapyard. He's 100% correct, and I anticipated we'd see some of this. Let me see. Going back real quick here, before we get a quick time out, the brokers. During the testimony earlier this week on Capitol Hill, if brokers are allowed to continue evading the transparency regulation, we left off where they said it's going to be difficult for carriers to who's adhering to the rules and who's trying to scam them. In short, practices that undermine trust and transparency are going to make it harder to determine who the bad actor is. Now, last month, the Department of Transportation unveiled their what they call pro-trucker package. aimed at improving the trucking profession. A total of 9 initiatives on that list. And they said they were going to address unlawful brokering. Not a lot of details have been released, but they did confirm earlier this month that doing so could include finalizing an actual broker transparency rule to promote fairness and stability of the industry. The FMCSA is renewing its focus on combating unlawful double brokering, a practice that directly harms drivers. That includes reviewing the entire portfolio of regulatory actions listed in the fall of 2024 Unified Agenda, including the broker transparency rulemaking proposal. Louis Pugh told the Senate committee that if the FMCSA is able to fully address the problem, it would be imperative for Congress to act. Now, in response to his testimony, you're familiar with the Transportation Intermediaries Association. They released a statement suggesting that broker transparency rules are outdated. This is a 1980s era regulation being weaponized in 2025, according to the TIA's Chris Burrows. It should be withdrawn immediately. Congress and regulators should focus on real solutions to freight fraud and market abuse, not misguided policies that punish legitimate players and destabilize the supply chain. However, OOIDA has maintained their stance that requiring brokers to comply with existing regulations does not disrupt a free market. You're still going to negotiate every load. You're going to make the best deal that you can. That's not going to change in any way. Some of the brokers are just apocalyptic about this. This, according to Todd Spencer, will sort out the good guys from the bad guys. The good brokers will get more dedicated truckers that will work with them. Truckers will figure out pretty quick who they don't want to do business with. In my mind, there's no losers here. Everybody's a winner. Big discussion. One, again, of 9 issues. 844-844-3388. Back in 2.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, just rolling into a Friday. Here comes the weekend. Morning to the Iron Duck. Hey, we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week, he says. Yeah, right. Let's see. Hello to Carl, who says, God bless Tulsi Gabbard. I pray God protects her and the whistleblowers. On another note, America has a great need for parents to start raising their children correctly. This Epstein debacle is just disgusting. It proves that children need parents to step up rather than step down. In regards to Scrapyard's call just a moment ago, Buckeye Boy said, yeah, I would suggest keeping the copy of the long-form DOT physical paperwork if you have access to it. And he went on to say, I get calls all the time from people with foreign accents wanting to know if I want or need loads or a dispatcher. I give them no information, tell them I'm not interested. I think most of them are a scam. Probably are. All right. Well, hey, Mike, well, morning, Horse Feathers. What day is it?
I don't know. You all messed up here because I had Monday off for my reasons and then yesterday off for their reasons. And so I don't know. What are we doing today? I don't know.
Casual Friday.
So there you go. Yeah, and what? Casual Friday don't mean drive naked, but I guess it don't mean you can't. I don't know. Something like that. So, just anyways, you got talking about the hottest time of the year and that. And so, about the last week of what would be last week's dates and this week's dates and next week's dates here, these 3 weeks, are about the hottest that Baltimore usually sees. And their record high temperature is 107. And I believe since their record keeping, according to the one station that I watched there, it's happened 5 times and within this 3 week window. And a lot of 106s and 105s, but 107 is the highest it's been recorded here for Baltimore. So I don't know how that compares to everybody else for high temperature, but that's what we got to deal with. And so at least we know we shouldn't go over 107 unless, I don't know, climate change, global warming, I don't know. What Elon Musk with launching another rocket, does that increase the temperature of the Earth by those rockets going up there, all that emissions? And
yeah, there are those. There are those that believe that, yes.
Okay. And then what? He's salting the clouds or seeding the clouds or something when they're up there and making it rain more for the floods and everything, and more lightning for the fires and all that. So anyway, so I believe the Chuck Mangione there I believe he was born in Rochester, wasn't he? Rochester, New York. And I'm pretty sure the wife said that he passed. He was still living in Rochester, New York there when he passed. And that's been a couple days. I didn't even find out about it until, middle of the day yesterday myself. So, and I guess it's been a couple days already. So I guess he kind of got pushed off in the news a little bit for the other things going on with Ozzy and the other one there from the Cosby Show. And anyways, the losing the Hulkster. I'm kind of. We're losing our generation, Your Honor. Things we grew up with here. Things are starting to go away.
Yes.
Guess that means we're getting old, huh?
We ain't getting any younger. But, that's for sure.
Yeah. Shoot, you ain't telling me anything I don't feel. But anyways, there. So I did catch one other thing there in a little blip there that Newsmax was being taken off of one of the cable networks out in the Ohio area, I believe I saw. So anyways, I don't know if you caught anything on that at all or not. But,
I have not. I have not seen that. I'll do some.
There's
checking.
Another one trying to. Yeah, there's another one out there trying to limit the type of news that people are allowed to see. So, anyways. And I see that Chucky Schumer there, he made some mention there about that Ghislaine Maxwell, if she came in wanting to have a pardon or sentence commuted or something like that. That he made some noise about that there. So I guess the Democrats are kind of keeping an eye to see if she'll get a deal for speaking at all. But we'll have to see where that all goes to as well. But anyways, yeah. So I don't know. It's all kind of quiet here. The weather actually looks like over the weekend here in this area looks like it might have calmed down just a little bit. They're only talking low 90s on the last forecast that I saw for Saturday and Sunday, but then by Monday there it's back up into the high 90s. So anyways, not like we're going to get away from it there. It's just, I guess, delayed a little bit before it fully gets implemented here. So we'll have to see where we go with that. But anyways, other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you there. And I don't know. So we'll just let things ride. And is the princess going to be able to get out there to the cement pond, or how's her recovery working?
You looking at her, it looks like everything. She's pretty much healed up. It's all gone, but. I guess she's got some sort of nerve-ending damage because she said the itching and the tingling it won't quit, as she puts it.
Okay, so does the sunlight and the heat affect that?
Being out in the heat and humidity, yeah, it supposedly makes it itch worse. Is all I know, but. All right. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Columbia University is agreeing to pay a $200 million fine to settle accusations by the Trump administration that the university discriminated against Jewish students.
The university will get hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grant money back after it was terminated because of the discrimination accusations during on-campus pro-Palestinian protests. President Trump posted on social media that Columbia is agreeing to end their ridiculous DEI policies, admitting students only on merit and agreeing to protect civil liberties liberties of their students. Scott Pringle, New York.
President Trump has issued an executive order prioritizing homeless funding for areas that address mental illness and substance abuse. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond says California should follow the order.
Supervisor Desmond, who's also running for Congress next year, says the president's executive order on ending vagrancy and restoring order is something California needs. The supervisor says homelessness in the state isn't a funding problem, it's a policy issue, and California's allowed lawlessness to flourish while turning a blind eye to the suffering of those trapped in mental illness, drug addiction, and despair. He says Sacramento has spent tens of billions of dollars on a crisis still getting worse because the state's not focused on the root causes of addiction, mental health treatment, and accountability. I'm Jack Cronin.
Japan confirms they have reached a trade agreement with the United States.
Mitch McCann reports in a post on Truth Social, President Trump announced a 15% tariff on Japan's exports to the U.S.
Donald Trump says Japan has also agreed to allow imports of American cars, trucks, rice, and other agricultural products, and that it will invest around $550 billion in the U.S.
The 15% tariff rate is well below the 25% rate the Trump administration had threatened in a letter to Japan earlier this month. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 316 points. The S&P 500 gained 4 points. The Nasdaq rose by 37 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A San Francisco doctor who mailed the abortion pill to a woman in Texas is being sued by that woman's boyfriend. Jerry Rodriguez is being backed by a number of pro-life groups which are fighting what they see as a loophole in the Texas abortion ban.
We know about 19,000 abortion pills are coming to Texas every year.
Ashley Leenertz is with a group called Texas Right to Life, which supports the lawsuit against Dr. Remy Cueto. It suggests that a self-managed abortion is an act of murder. The wrongful death suit asks the federal judge for an injunction on behalf of all current and future fathers of unborn children in the United States. Concerns are mounting with cuts to Medicaid on the horizon. Catherine Kennedy with the California Nurses Association says federal funding cuts will cause tremendous health risks.
And essentially what's going to happen is we're going to see people die. We're going to see people die.
According to California Governor Gavin Newsom, federal funding cuts could put nearly 3 million Californians at risk of losing health coverage over the next decade. Most cuts to Medicaid will not take effect until 2027. The Archdiocese of Los Angeles is launching a new program to assist families impacted by ICE raids.
On Wednesday, Archbishop Jose Gomez announced the Family Assistance Program. It will help Archdiocese parishes provide meals, groceries, and prescription deliveries to families impacted by ICE operations. Immigration advocates say people are afraid to leave their homes and now need essential items delivered. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, another hour. Here we go. Rolling into a Friday. All right. For all the lawn care and the car guys out there celebrating after the Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin's latest push for deregulation. Zeldin shared a letter this past day encouraging manufacturers to produce cans that best meet consumer needs. And we're talking gas cans. Gas cans with vents to facilitate fast and smooth fuel flow. And he is right. This is in response to regulations implemented by Barack Obama back in 2009 that removed vents in gas cans to reduce vapor emissions. The vents originally prevented a vacuum from forming inside the gas can, allowing the gas to pour smoothly. Since that regulation was rolled out, most of us have noticed consumers and retailers expressed a lot of frustration in actually causing gasoline to spill more often than not. Pointless government regulations have ruined many common sense products, and everybody knows it. Zeldin this past day posting, gas cans used to pour gas. Now they just dribble like a child's sippy cup. The Trump EPA's message to gas can makers: vent the darn can. Let the flow, baby, flow. Yeah, remember the late Phil Robertson, star of the Robertson Family and In the Woods with Phil? He was one that mocked the EPA-compliant gas can on the latter show. He called it a dangerous piece of equipment. He said the safest gas can delivered on Earth. Sarcastically, as the gas slowly dripped out of the can, he said, it kind of reminds me of my prostate last night. I'm just not getting the flow I once had. Chip Roy of Texas, the representative, has been leading the charge in the House with his Gas Can Freedom Act. Roy's bill back in February looked to eliminate the unnecessary federal regulations that have made gas cans, for all practical purposes, dysfunctional. Pointless government regulations have ruined many common sense products. The federal government does not need to be involved in every aspect of our lives. We never needed them to be involved with gas cans. But yes, indeed. All right, so some common sense. How about that? Hey, good morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve-O. What you got planned for the weekend there, buddy?
Haircut.
Oh, well. You know, we can always get that weed eater out, make it look a lot better.
Oh,
Trim it
yeah.
up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But Scrapyard, thanks for the heads up. I got to get my med card done Monday because my doctor's going to be out tomorrow or today, and my med card runs out Tuesday.
Wow.
So I'm definitely going to be pushing them
down to the wire.
Yeah, I know. Got to do it every year. Just kind of stinks when you get older. I heard something about Grump saying that there's union companies do not pay by the mile. Did I hear that right, Steve?
We were talking about. I'm not sure how the union carriers pay, but that's what he was saying.
Well, if you're in the city, the dock, yes, it's by the hour. Line haul drivers like me, being in the terminal in Memphis for Yellow, not Albuquerque or anywhere else, not Holland, but in Memphis, it was 68 cents a mile, and I think it topped out at 71 last time I remember. Now, we did get paid for sitting in traffic. We had to give them 30 minutes, call dispatch. They verified you're sitting there, and they say, call us when you're rolling. And you call them when you're rolling, and you're paid for all the time that's in between. Now, the reason the mega fleet carriers do not want to go through that is because, well, they're not going to make any money. They won't worried about playing chase the secretary around the office and how much is my bonus before my tea time. That's all they're worried about. They can give a crap less about these trucks. I mean, it's like we've always said. These mega carriers look at the drivers as meat in the seat. You fire them or they quit. Tomorrow you got somebody else in the truck. Why should they care? Mm-hmm. As long as the freight's rolling, they don't care. But no, kind of a shock to hear Hulk Hogan passed away because, I mean, I don't know if Rambler hit on it or not, but Hulk Hogan's the one that built the WWF. He's the one that built it. And, you know, he was just more than a TV and movie icon. And when he left, you know, The Undertaker is the other one. Mark Calloway is the one that really blew up the global phenomenon where it is now. And it's honestly crazy how the face of wrestling has changed in the last 40 years, 45 years. It's really crazy how things have changed. But Steve, I know you got that bubble wrap hat, so you might want to slip it on. There's a little bit more about the whole NASCAR charter. I know we're sick and tired of hearing about it, Steve, so I hear the thumping sound already. So 2311 and Front Row are going to file an injunction Monday to stop NASCAR from selling these charters. Now, they have 6 charters that they took back from the teams. And I don't trust NASCAR at all when NASCAR says, well, we're not going to sell them. We're not going to do anything with them. They're afraid that they're going to sell them out from underneath them, you know, not keep their word, because there's been a lot of teams expressing interest in those second and third cars. There's also been interest from cars from another series coming down and taking these away. But it's like I was sitting here thinking about it. It's all about law of supply and demand. Nobody's going to pay $40 million for a charter when you got 6 of them on the block. You got 6 of them on the block, good luck. You know, this might be the good time for Dale Jr. to hop in at $5 million and get one and go. So that's going to be something interesting to watch. But did you hear the big news that happened this past week?
Oh, lay it on us.
They're going to be they're talking about getting rid of the race in Iowa. Well, I'm not going to say those words, but thanks. It's about time.
Okay.
Iowa kind of reminds me of Kentucky Speedway. It's out in the middle of nowhere, nothing but cornfields. You know, it's a short track. You know, it's time to move along into something bigger and better because it needs repairs too. Now, they still have not made up their mind about the Mexico City race, but they did say Chicago's on hold till next year. They're going to be running next year in San Diego in an active military base as a street course.
That would be different. An active military base?
an active military base. Now, here's my question.
How do you get all these people to, how do you get spectators into an active military base? Because you got to go through, like, security clearances.
Exactamundo.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting to see, Steve, but speaking of an interesting weekend, now I kind of cut out on Sunday about what happened last weekend, so let me kind of fill in the blanks, so to speak. I forgot to do this the other day. The pastor at our church said that the ladies' softball team won their first game in 40 games, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
The first game. I said, oh, really? Who did they play? He said they played the men's team. Out of me.
It is 844-844-3388. And that's the part we missed. Just the punchline.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Just came across the update that we had shared the ambush attack on law enforcement that occurred Wednesday there in Lorain, Ohio, about 30 miles away from Cleveland. I guess this past day word came down that one of those officers actually succumbed to his injuries, passed away. 35-year-old officer who joined the department in February of 22. Who was at the Metro Health Medical Center in Cleveland after serious injuries during that shooting, according to the police chief there. Officer Wagner's life and service to our city will never be forgotten. On behalf of the Wagner family, we extend our deepest gratitude to everyone who's reached out in support. Our department mourns the loss of a true hero. We stand in unwavering support of the officer's family, friends, and fellow officers during this heartbreaking time. According to the Ohio Attorney General, Dave Yost, Wagner previously worked at the Sheffield Village Police Department, June of 2018 to February of 22. Before joining the Sheffield Village Police Department, he attended Lorain County Community College and served in the United States Marine Corps. Officer Wagner exemplified the very best of what it means to serve and protect. Proudly served 7 years in law enforcement. 2 days before he was shot, Wagner had earned his SWAT pin from the Lorain Police Department. All right, this past evening, they had the massive escort of law enforcement. The body of Officer Wagner escorted by police departments from a number of Northeast Ohio communities, from Metro Health Medical Center to the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office. All right, prayers for that family. Meanwhile, it's a Friday, and see what Eagle has going on as we roll toward the weekend. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, okay. I got some things to say tonight, Steve. Before I get into the Trump situation, I want to say something about what Pappy said last night, and then move on to this situation with Hulk Hogan. I got something to say. Okay, now, Pappy, I thank you for answering my question last night. Situation that happened up in Cincinnati on the bridge. They never. We've talked a long time, Steve. A lot of these incidents with the police, they only show you the final outcome. They make it look like the police is out of control, but they don't. They got some bad police out here in America, but for the most part, these people are good people, and they're not going to just walk up to an individual and start beating the hell out of him for no reason. They don't show you that part of the video. Pappy said that there was another situation. They were, first of all, they was on the bridge to begin with. The guy wouldn't have been on the bridge blocking traffic. Like Pappy said, they didn't even have a permit to do what they were doing. So he was out of line to begin with. So, whatever happened to him happens to him at that point when you're already breaking the damn law, just like these illegals that's in the country, people will say, well, why are they being, deported? Well, they're here illegally. That's why. So if you're not doing nothing wrong, then you won't have no problem with the police. It's just that simple. So as for that guy on the bridge, whatever happened, to hell with him, the way I see it. Now, let's talk about Hulk Hogan, Steve. I'm seeing some very bad things about Hulk Hogan on the internet. I've been watching professional wrestling for a long time, way back when I was a kid, back in the 80s, 90s, 2000, on and on and on. I've seen a lot of people come and go, and now some of the people that were wrestling, older people are passing away, such as Hulk Hogan. This guy, if he's not the number one wrestler in the history of the sport, he's right there at the top, besides Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes and a couple other people. But Hulk Hogan, he made way for the WWF and E to make a lot of money with Vince McMahon and his family, and even Donald Trump has been a part of wrestling down the line. That's why Hulk Hogan went to his deal back last year in 24 to speak for Donald Trump. They were good friends because he lives in Florida too. Okay, so Hogan, all the wear and tear on his body, all the back surgeries, neck surgeries, all these, a lot of people say the sport is fake. Yeah, some of this stuff is fake. But when somebody slaps you, or when somebody hits you in the head with a steel chair, that's not fake. When somebody drops you off a rope onto the concrete floor and you land on your back or your leg or whatever, that's not fake. Some of the stuff is fake. But a lot of these guys have injuries, and they also, Hogan admitted that he got addicted to painkillers. A lot of professional athletes are on painkillers so they can sleep at night. One of the guys, hero of mine back in Houston when I was growing up as a kid, a running back named Earl Campbell. This guy can't even get out. He's on a walker right now. This man can't even walk from all the injuries that he sustained while he was playing professional football with the Houston Oilers. And there's a lot of other professional athletes that can't even, Brett Favre, but other guys with the sustained head injuries and have memory loss. The people don't realize the injuries. And Hulk Hogan was in a lot of pain over the last couple of years, such as a lot of other wrestlers. And, the man, like I said, the man made way for a lot of people enjoyed going to his matches over the 30 to 40 years he was doing his deal, and championships, wrestling all around the world. He made a couple of comments. I don't care about that. I'm concerned with the man in the ring. What he said in his personal life, that's his business. Everybody says things in their personal life that they're not proud of, and they shouldn't have said. So I don't care about that. He was an entertainer for me, and I had respect for the man in the ring. And he did a lot of good things in wrestling over the years he was out there. So all I can say is rest in peace, brother. You did your thing, made a lot of money in the process, and wish he could have lasted a little bit longer, but he didn't. And we've had 3 or 4 other losses this week. With Ozzy Osbourne and this kid, another guy I grew up with, the guy who died from the Cosby Show. Say he drowned or something. Okay, so we're losing a lot of people right now. So all I can say is rest in peace to all of them, and they make their way to God and ask God for forgiveness. Now, moving on to this third subject, Steve, and that concerns Donald Trump in his situation. Okay, every day is like a soap opera with this deal here. With the Epstein files. Yes, Trump's name was on the list of people that boarded an airplane, so they say, to this island, but that doesn't mean that he participated, nor any other individual's name that was on that list doesn't mean that they participated in any bad activities once they arrived at that island. So now we got Donald Trump's people going to the jail and talking to this Maxwell woman. I think that she's trying to get some kind of plea deal. She wants to get the hell out of jail. Whether that can be arranged, I don't know. They're supposed to have another meeting tomorrow morning. She knows the whole deal. She was his girlfriend, his wife, or whatever you want to call her. So she knows everything that if nobody else knows the damn thing, she knows what happened and what went on. And I don't know if she'll be able to get out of jail, but she has a lot of evidence, and maybe she could be the person to let people know that Donald Trump did not participate in none of these activities.
And of course, on either side of the aisle, though, they say, "Well, can you trust her to be telling the truth?" But we hold the thought. We pause there. Take care of a news break here on a Friday morning. Veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with Tel. Honor your service with the partner who supports you. Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Columbia University is agreeing to pay a $200 million fine to settle accusations by the Trump administration that the university discriminated against Jewish students.
The university will get hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grant money back after it was terminated because of the discrimination accusations during on-campus pro-Palestinian protests. President Trump posted on social media that Columbia is agreeing to end their ridiculous DEI policies. Scott Pringle, New York.
Japan confirms they have reached a trade agreement with the United States.
Mitch McCann reports in a post on Truth Social, President Trump announced a 15% tariff on Japan's exports.
Donald Trump says Japan has also agreed to allow imports of American cars, trucks, rice, and other agricultural products.
The 15% tariff rate is well below the 25% rate the Trump administration had threatened. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare.
Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, kind of waiting, watching the swirl of clouds, downpours, gusty thunderstorms that will continue to migrate westward across the northern Gulf. Here to close out the work week, it will bring some locally heavy rain from southern Louisiana to parts of Texas into the weekend. AccuWeather forecasters warn there could be flash flooding in some areas, and the tropical central Pacific may even spring to life, they tell us. First, time is running out for this loose mass of moisture that's been pushing westward over the Gulf much of the week to develop into a tropical depression. We continue to say a low risk of tropical development for now, But some of the biggest rainfall totals from the downpours and thunderstorms have been in northern Florida. Tallies include more than 3.5 inches from Gainesville, Florida, Monday to Wednesday. Tallahassee picked up about 1 1/10 inches Wednesday evening, close to an inch falling on Biloxi, Mississippi. So for our Friday, the bulk of the downpours will occur near and south of Interstate 10, stretching from the Florida Panhandle to northeastern Texas. Rainfall, maybe 1 to 3 inches per couple of hours, which would be enough to overwhelm storm drains and allow water to quickly collect in low-lying areas. New Orleans, as well as Baton Rouge, Lafayette, and Lake Charles, the Houston, Beaumont, and Corpus Christi, Texas metro areas may experience a couple of bouts of torrential downpours and some gusty thunderstorms. More of the storm's moisture is likely to turn northward over Louisiana and northeast Texas rather than push hundreds of miles to the west through central Texas. Dallas may experience a drenching downpour or thunderstorm on Saturday. Multiple drenching thunderstorms are possible in Shreveport and Monroe, Louisiana over the weekend. Now, some of this rain may reach as far west as Austin and the Hill Country west of San Antonio this weekend, while highly localized flash flooding may occur. The magnitude of the flooding disaster along the Guadalupe River should not be repeated in this particular episode, but some quick minor rises along smaller streams and normally dry stream beds may occur. Some people are traveling through or living along those locations should indeed remain vigilant anyway. So, it's something to keep an eye on through the upcoming weekend. All right, let me get back and we'll finish up with Eagle here. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, Steve. Yeah, before I get to a situation with truck drivers, I want to say I overheard a conversation at a truck stop today, and I want to let you know about this deal. But before I get back, I want to get back to this Maxwell deal right quick. Okay, so like I said, if nobody else on earth knows what happens, she definitely knows because she was one of the women. She helped recruit a lot of the girls that went to the. She's definitely not an innocent person. Or she would be sitting in jail right now. She definitely was involved in what transpired at the Epstein. But to put it in a scenario for stupid people out there, Steve, that can't seem to understand this situation. Okay, say that Steve Summers' name was on the Epstein list of a person that boarded an airplane to go to this island. But when you got there and you saw what was going on, you said, no, hell no, I don't want to be a part of this. Mm-hmm. And you got right back on the plane and said, I'm getting the hell out of here. And said, I don't want. And that's what Donald Trump did. Yeah, Donald Trump might have went to the island. He saw what was going on with the young girl. He said, no, I don't want to be a part of this. And he got right back on that plane and got the hell out of there. Just because that's what they're trying to tell these idiots, Steve, and these Democrats, CNN and Fox, and MSNBC, who keep pushing the issue about Donald Trump and his association with this, is that, yeah, his name might be on the list, but that damn sure don't mean that he had sex with an underage girl. And I wish these idiots would somehow be able to comprehend that, but for some reason they're not listening, or they don't want to listen at this point. That's basically what it seems like. Now, the one other situation, right quick, Steve, I will tell you a story, about truck drivers. Growing up in Texas, I've been around Hispanic people my whole life. Growing up, and I've always heard this same deal, for the last 30 or 40 years of my life, from Hispanic people when it comes to the workforce and jobs in America. And when you tell these people, when people bring up the subject that they're here working illegally or they shouldn't be here, well, the thing they always say is that American people are lazy. American people don't want to work. They want to lay around the house and wait for Uncle Sam to bring a welfare check or some kind of money from the government funds. Well, I overheard a guy talking to a guy in the truck stop today, a black guy talking to a Hispanic guy. And, you know, he explained it to these people because see, here's something. I told you this over the last couple of months, Steve. You'll notice in the truck driving industry now, a lot of trucking companies, especially the Hispanic companies with the Hispanic last names or whatever, they have 2 drivers in their trucks. And you might be saying to yourself, when you see that, well, damn, man, they got 2 drivers in that truck making 60, 70, 80 cents a mile. Both of them are making 60 or 70 cents, but that's where you'd be wrong. Because, see, they split that up. They split it up between 60 cents and 70 cents and paying one man 30 and the other guy 30. And guess who make the rest of the money? The trucking company is making the big money. Because, see, on a normal truck, like me, a solo truck, you could drive 650 to 700 miles, maybe a little bit more in one day. But if you got 2 idiots in a truck, that means that you can run 14 to 1,500 miles with that same truck in a 24-hour period. So guess who makes a big more money, Steve? Guess who makes a more of a profit? The trucking company, because they got 2 idiots in the truck instead of 1. So here's what this guy told these guys in the truck stop. No, you don't work harder than American workers, my friend. You just work cheaper than Americans. That's all you are, is cheap labor. And that's what these trucking companies see in these people, Steve. They don't give a damn about these drivers. All they see is cheap labor. Because I called up a trucking company a couple of weeks ago, a Hispanic company, and told the guy I was looking for a job. And you know what he told me? He told me that he asked me if I had a team partner, if I had another guy I wanted to ride with, because he wasn't going to pay me 70 or 80 cents to drive that truck by myself. So that told me all I needed to know. These people are nothing but, like I said before, you don't work harder than Americans. You just work cheaper than Americans. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Have a great Friday and, have a great weekend. 844-844-3388. The trucking industry, as we know, mired in one of the most protracted freight recessions we've ever seen. A predicament kind of exacerbated by a flood of capacity that has outstripped demand. Stemming from an industry with negligible barriers to entry, where supply can readily overshoot, challenging the American Trucking Association's president's claim of a perpetual driver shortage. That narrative, however, merits scrutiny, not least because it may serve interest beyond those of the industry it purports to represent. The assertion of a driver shortage is a misleading signal. It lures vulnerable workers and aspiring entrepreneurs into a market that's already saturated, with banks naively extending credit on the premise of guaranteed demand and pricing power. The hallmarks of a classic shortage that in trucking are completely absent. Any seasoned operator knows this well. Neither of those elements holds sway in today's environment. Halting the influx of new drivers rather than fueling it through congressional programs and CDL mills could stem the capacity glut. Yet the ATA persists, a stance that appears at odds even with its members. Indeed, they testified before the Senate Commerce Committee earlier this week, urging lawmakers to lower the interstate driving age from 21 to 18, a move that would further open the taps on new entrants, potentially swelling capacity as the industry buckles under the weight of excess capacity right now. Lowering the truck driver age to 18 would risk unleashing a torrent of new participants into an already oversupplied market. This would make the glut worse. Safety advocates warn of heightened accident rates among younger drivers who are statistically more prone to distraction and crashes due to inexperience, obviously. Economically, this influx would depress freight rates even more, prolonging the recession for carriers already operating on razor-thin margins, just making a bad situation worse. Active trucks have surged from 1.5 million in January of 2017 to 2.1 million today, largely driven by a steady stream of new drivers. The ATA may thus reflect organizational incentives rather than their members' needs. Yeah, we're talking a trade association whose dues scale with the size of the market. Unchecked growth. Of course, prioritizing policies that address oversupply rather than encouraging more capacity through new entrants could curb the excess, maybe offering a path out of this current crisis. Until then, the ATA's stance risks perpetuating a crisis that they're talking about trying to address. It's reverse. 844-844-3388. Friday. Gilligan, good morning. Oh, let's double-click the mouse there. Take two. There he is.
There you are. Yeah, I tell you, I was wondering there for a minute. I thought maybe I missed the beat. Well, Steve, I tell you what, Charlie's got a breaking story he's going to check in with later about Rambler. I'll tell you what, that call earlier kind of threw me. Did you see that picture I sent you, the late, great Hulk Hogan there? Playing his part in Rocky III.
Yes. What was his name? Thunderlips? Was that it?
Thunderlips, the ultimate male specimen. Yeah, boy, that was out there. Now, I mentioned Kenneth Washington on the chat line earlier. For those of you that don't recognize the name, he was a minor star on an old TV show that I happen to like, called Hogan's Heroes. Yeah. A lot of people probably remember that.
Sure.
They remember Ivan Dixon played the radio operator. Well, but the last season, Ivan Dixon left the show, and Kenneth Washington took his place as the radio operator in the final season of Hogan's Heroes. Myself, and I'm pretty well, everybody I've ever talked to that's a fan of the show, preferred Ivan Dixon. Maybe it's because he was the original and he was there so long, which would kind of make sense. Yeah. But anyway, there's another former star passing. Also, you was bringing up the gas cans. Yeah, that deal with Obama and them gas cans. Yeah, I got one in the house. I can't stand it. What I do, I take the cap off like I was going to fill it and use it like that when I go to fill my lawnmower.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I sent you a screenshot of an interesting thing that goes back to the 1973 Rebel 500. Now, that was run at Darlington. And you want to talk about how times have changed in racing. Now, think about this, Steve. That race was won by David.
Hello, Gilligan. Are you with us? He's in between cells. Yeah, we'll have to get the rest of the story. Yeah, he did send me the link there. The 1973 Rebel 500. David Pearson won from the pole. Benny Parsons second. 13 laps down. A crash left Benny making laps at 40 miles per hour at the finish. Bobby Allison was third, 18 laps down, out with engine failure. Richard Childress, 21 back. J.D. McDuffie, minus 23. Were actually called fourth and fifth. How does that happen? I've got to get the rest of the story there. One for the history books, right? Quick time out. Let's say we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, this past afternoon, Brother Rambler had forwarded a story my way to share with the audience. From Alabama, from WALA, no less, which states there is no clear time frame on when the driver of the 18-wheeler that killed 2 people in a Thomasville crash will have his preliminary hearing. Andrei Dimitrko, who's in the U.S. on a U.S. work visa, is from Ukraine. He does not speak the English. He's been sitting in the Clark County jail for nearly 3 months without a hearing because there's only one state-certified Ukrainian interpreter. A passenger in the truck told investigators Maturko was distracted. He was answering a call from his wife. Crash report said he did not come to a stop until more than 2 football fields away. He's charged with 2 counts of vehicular manslaughter. Now, this happened in May, but the case is still at a standstill. The defense attorney said, "It does have an impact on my ability to argue any bond motion because the judge can't hear the case until we get an interpreter." Christine Hernandez, defense attorney, said, "It's not just an interpreter for my client, it's an interpreter for the court. The court has to be able to ask a question that is verbatim translated, and the individual charged has to be able to speak in their language and have it in verbatim translated to the court." Maturko's attorney said there's only one state-certified Ukrainian interpreter in Alabama, and he's tied up on another case. Attorneys said a Russian interpreter could possibly work, but the court requires strict accuracy. Russian and Ukraine carry a lot of the same basic words and phrases. It's not Ukrainian, but it's in the same general category, they say. The interpreter also has to be, they say, state certified. Becoming a court-approved interpreter requires passing tests, a background check, and paying up to $500. Tisdale says, we all want this to happen. Maturko, meanwhile, has pleaded not guilty. At this moment, ICE actually has him on a detainer or a hold. All right, couple minutes, we'll be hitting news break. Senor Heatwave will be checking in as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Plowboy joins us. Pretty incredible. A new distance, the furthest man-made object from the planet Earth. Yeah, it kind of gives us the true scale of space. Voyager 1, launched in 1977, I remember as a kid, the most distant human-made object ever. A symbol of our urge to explore. But after nearly half a century traveling through the cosmos, it is now just over 1 light day away from the Earth. Hard to fathom. 1 light day, 24 billion kilometers. For perspective, light covers that distance in 24 hours. It took Voyager a full 48 years racing along at a remarkable 17 kilometers per second. That achievement is both awe-inspiring and humbling. Just how unfathomably vast our universe is. Consider the scale. The Milky Way galaxy stretches about 150,000 light years across. If Voyager 1 could keep its current speed, it would take an unimaginable 2.7 billion years to make the journey from one end to the other. Even distances that we think of as close when it comes to space are immense. Light travels from the Earth to the moon in about 1.3 seconds, while Voyager would need more than 6 months to make the same trek. Voyager 1's odyssey from flybys of Jupiter and Saturn to its plunge into interstellar space highlights both the achievements and the limits of human space travel. No other spacecraft has gone further or lasted longer. But the probe's progress is just a reminder that our first steps into the cosmos are just tiny, a speck on the galactic scale. Operate under your own authority and choose your own carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mild.
after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The feud between President Trump and Fed Chair Jerome Powell is taking a new turn. The two had an awkward exchange in front of reporters over a discrepancy of new cost estimates for renovations at the Federal Reserve Building.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added our entire capital. Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, yeah, but it's a building that's being built.
It happened as he toured the building in D.C. today because Trump wanted to take a closer look at the controversial $2.1 billion in renovations that Powell signed off on. This is only the fourth visit to the building by a sitting president since 1937. The suspect in the attempted assassination of President Trump is going to be allowed to represent himself.
In a hearing today in Florida, the judge ruled that Ryan Routh can defend himself after advising against it. Routh said that he didn't have faith in public defenders because they're afraid of him, which the lawyers said was untrue. Routh is accused of staking out Trump for 12 hours with a rifle on Trump's golf course in September of last year. He pleaded not guilty to attempting to assassinate a major presidential candidate and other charges. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Fertility rate has dropped to a historic low.
The fertility rate has fallen below 1.6 children per woman. Experts note that for America to replace its population, a fertility rate of 2.1 children is required. The number of babies born in the U.S. has been declining for nearly 2 decades as more women delay motherhood or opt not to have children. The Trump administration has been considering providing better access to in vitro fertilization and offering financial incentives, so-called baby bonuses, to encourage childbearing. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 316 points. The S&P 500 gained 4 points. The Nasdaq rose by 37 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
Authorities fear there are no survivors after a Soviet-era passenger plane carrying nearly 50 people crashed at the base of a mountain in Far East Russia.
Here's reporter Daria Bondarchuk.
A crew error or a possible technical malfunction of the jet are considered as probable causes of the plane crash. Rescue operation is underway, but is complicated because the debris is scattered across a densely wooded area.
The regional governor says the plane operated by Angara Airlines disappeared from radar as it was preparing to land. Crews were sent to the scene after the wreckage was spotted from a helicopter. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The U.S. Department of Justice agrees with Seattle that the time has come to end the consent decree over the Seattle Police Department.
The consent decree was first put into effect to help Seattle Police improve its use of force, crisis intervention, stops and detentions, and accountability. DOJ says Seattle has substantially improved its compliance with the consent decree. The city of Seattle has requested termination of the decree. A federal judge will decide. I'm Brad Ford.
According to Good Housekeeping, the average home has 3 laundry baskets, but they're not being used.
According to a new study, 44% of us admit to what's known as a floor drobe. That's tossing your clothes on the floor instead of in the laundry bin. We do it mostly for the rewear factor. Psychology Today says it's okay as long as it's just 1 or 2 outfits, but more might lead to deeply disturbing insight into you. But you can always shut the door and no one will know. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Back at it as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. The greatest day of the week for many. It's a Friday. So here come the weekend. Yeah, we get back at it, see what's going on with Senor Heatwave as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast.
Oh, good morning, Senor. And a happy Friday to everybody out there. I hope they have a good day and have a safe one. Oh, Lordy, I tell you what, we've been running, I guess my co-driver been running through a bunch of rain up here and around Dumas, Texas on up here to Clayton, New Mexico. I run into a little bit just outside of Clayton. But he said winds were just a whipping. And he wouldn't have been surprised if there was a tornado up in that neck of the woods. Have you seen anything on the weather about that?
And where was that again?
Here in Dumas, Texas.
Okay.
Or as your father liked to call it,
dumbass.
Yeah. So, anyways, about Dumas on up to Clayton, New Mexico, it's where he was having a lot of wind, and of course, I was sacked out. I didn't even feel a thing. But
according to the the headline says about 3:30 p.m. Thursday, meteorologists confirm a tornado briefly touched down 10 miles west of Dumas, caused no damage. All right, so I guess out there in the middle of nowhere, more or less.
Yeah, and anything outside of Dumas is pretty much out in the middle of nowhere, heading west. Yeah, so that was good. All right, well, let's see here. Well, the deaths announced today with Hulk Hogan passing and Chuck Mangione. Wasn't he the one that played a little flowing tune about the Pacific Coast Highway, Highway 101? Back in the 70s and early 80s.
You know, I remember the name, and I know some of his. I've heard some of his music, but I wouldn't know any of them by name.
Yeah. Well, you probably heard it. If you watch Cannonball Run, the first one, I'm sure there was plenty of his music on that. They just had that kind of flowing little, la-di-da type attitude, but. And then what Gilligan say that the last person on Hogan's Heroes that played the radio operator passed away? Is that what he was saying?
Yes.
Wow. You know, they said it usually happens in threes, but
I don't know. We got 3 plus, more like 3 plus 3, right?
Yeah, sure enough.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Well, it's inevitable. Taxes and death, and even when you die, they're going to tax the hell out of you. So, I don't know. You're growing up as a kid, you're bulletproof. Nothing can happen to you. Dying is something what happens on TV and to old folks, Then all of a sudden, years start coming on, and you start realizing you're not really becoming a younger person anymore. You're kind of growing in that same mold. So, every day I wake up, I thank the good Lord. It's like, I prayed last night you'd take care of me, and this morning you proved you did. So, my dad was in the hospital recently with the, I think I mentioned about it. He had a prostate cancer, and what they did is they went ahead and they gave him some radiation treatment. And what had happened was he had a hole, I guess, a sore spot, and it wound up starting to bleed. The radiation burned his bladder, and he was having a lot of blood in his urine, and he had clots. And so they went ahead and they cauterized the sore spot where he was bleeding, and he's in a rehab right now, and they're going to have him in rehab for about 2 weeks to get him back to strength, where he's able to move around a little bit better than what he is now. So, and just to see him, grow old as I'm growing older, it just, man, I tell you what, that just tears me apart. Once was a proud man that was strong and mentally acute.
Mm-hmm.
He's hunchback with a walker and taking slower steps and forgetting a lot of things. So, I guess I ought to be considered fortunate to have a father.
As they say, the old time waits for no one, as they say.
Yeah, and it you look back and you think, man, when you was 10, you thought 50 was way out there.
Yeah,
60?
Right.
Oh, my God. An old person was 40, and now you look at yourself and you go, you know what, time is really too damn short.
Yep.
So,
as a child, you're
so,
thinking,
a lot of our...
I can't wait to be a teenager. I can't wait to be allowed to be out after dark. I can't wait to get a driver's license. Can't wait to be old enough to buy my own beer. Just and then boom, there you are. It's like, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Time flies when you're having fun. So, oh goodness. Well, like we was talking last night when I was saying about this idiot that came over into my lane and I had to get over to keep from getting sideswiped. And here's another perfect example about that Ukrainian. Don't speak a word of English. And they ain't got but one certified Ukrainian speaker in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
What more do we need to have? If you don't speak the English, you don't become a driver. You don't come here to drive a truck. And you think, well, there's a lot of tourists out here that don't speak English. Well, when I was serving overseas in Panama and Spain, I didn't speak all that much Spanish. I knew enough to get by, but the road signs are all, they're all the same. They're all international road signs. So, and plus I was military, so I could, get by with getting, driving with my license that I had. And, you think about all the people that come here that don't speak a word of English, that are just tourists. And there's a lot of people driving rental cars that have absolutely no idea what's going on out here. And if you put them in a semi, well, that's even worse, because now you got a potential 40-ton missile going down the highway, and that's going to create a lot of devastation and death, either to the person driving or to the people that are involved in the accident. And if you're the driver that don't speak English, how in the hell are you going to call 911 and say, hey, I got a problem? What if the say further up north, you got a gentleman that speaks Spanish, and the folks up north, why would they need to know how to speak Spanish? So these folks need to tighten up and get right. You either learn the language or get the hell out. I was talking to another one of our radio listeners yesterday, and he was online with me for about 2-3 hours, and I noticed that my fuel light come on. I says, I need to get me some fuel. And I was going to stop at a truck stop there about the 49 in Louisiana on 20 rather, and hell, they had that damn thing blocked with construction. No signs, no nothing. And I don't know how many gallons that these tanks hold, but we put in about 225 gallons. So, I tell you what, it just God willing and a bunch of luck that we made it to a fuel stop and got fuel.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, not really a whole hell of a lot happening out here. Just cruising right along. We did have an issue at when we got to Arlington. The truck we're in now belongs to Arlington. It's a loaner. But somebody has been driving the truck we had brought in 2 months ago via Wrecker to get fixed. And not only has it not gotten fixed, well, it got fixed with the radiator, but they don't write up any other write-ups, and there was no AC in that truck when we turned it on to make sure everything worked. And they were in a jam because they needed to have this tractor so they could do a PM on it. And they finally says, well, can you wait 2 hours and we'll just do a PM with 2 people on there? Yeah, I'm going to have to because they didn't have another sleeper. I mean, the truck has got 920,000 miles on it. She's beat. She's got a good engine. But, I mean, it's old, it's bouncy. And, when someone doesn't write up a write-up, something that's busted, here we are, we're sitting again. I mean, it was 8 hours in Salt Lake City and another 2.5 to 3 over here in Arlington. I mean, you add that up, that's 10, 11 hours of free time that we didn't get paid for.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're talking about pay and whatnot. Yeah, I think if it ain't your fault that you have an issue and you're sitting, you need to get paid. But that's just me. Well, other than that, like I said, I've not really got a whole lot to say, but just been an interesting day and it's been an interesting week.
Every day's an adventure.
Well, I'll go ahead and let you go.
Right?
Ain't it?
Thank you very much. That is the fact. Every day's an adventure. All right. 844-844-3388.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Yes, the future, artificial intelligence, more and more. Word comes down this past day. The Department of Energy has selected 4 sites. Land already owned by the department for the first group of artificial intelligence development sites. Sites selected by the department are the Idaho National Laboratory, Oak Ridge Reservation, the Paducah Gaseous Diffusion Plant, and the Savannah River Site. Department release said these will be the first federal sites involving private industry partners to develop cutting-edge AI data center and energy generation projects. Energy Secretary Chris Wright said by leveraging Department of Energy land assets for the deployment of AI and energy infrastructure, it's a bold step to accelerate the next Manhattan Project, ensuring U.S. AI and energy leadership. Yeah, the Manhattan Project, managed by the government during World War II, developed and deployed the first atomic weapons in what some consider to be among the most notable historical events of the 20th century. So President Trump apparently has placed the same level of importance on America's involvement in developing AI. That executive order issued in the first week of his second term that declared it is the policy of the United States to sustain and enhance America's global AI dominance in order to promote human flourishing, economic competitiveness, and national security. All right, back to the phones here. Plowboy hanging in on a Friday, see what he's got going on. Morning, Plowboy.
Good morning. Good morning, Steve. Well, that's the first thing they need to drop. Get rid of 99.9% of the damn AI crap. I'm tired of it. Everything knows this before we even know it.
It's just the beginning. Oh, we're just at the beginning.
I know. Yeah. Hell, I'm sorry, this is that AI crap, in my opinion. I know, just like everybody else, everybody's got one. But that's the closest damn thing I've ever seen to the 666 or as could ever be, because it does nothing good, really, or the general percentage of it. Yeah, I just wonders never cease on this garbage. Actually, y'all were talking about the ones we lost. We lost it. No, it's just a blank. But Louisiana, Brother Ambler talked about him just the other. Jimmy Swaggart. You know what I'm saying? July 1. And John MacArthur, who I've got dang near every book he's written. He's written a lot of Bible concordances, and honestly, with all I bought off of him, I could almost have a preacher's license just because I've studied everything he's putting out. And, that was just here last on the 14th. And, but one thing about it, you said it right. You said it right here a little bit ago. Just imagine my mother always said, you'll get old quick, and you can't stop it. Birthday seemed like it was 10 years away. 10 years away when the first birthday. Now, hell, Steve, we are almost. It seemed like it was less than 3 months ago. We were celebrating Christmas.
Right.
Or less.
Yep.
Now we got somebody that can't keep from emailing you how many damn days there is to Christmas. I mean, it's like a snap of your fingers. And you just sat here a little bit ago. You got your pool full of water, ready to jump in, and talking August, time for the grandkids to go back to school.
Gonna be buying a new cover.
Great.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, where in the world is it? But, we ain't doing much. It's a little bit of rain up there in Kansas City. A lot of lightning with this crap, but nothing severe, really. I don't know what it's supposed to do toward your all's area, but it hadn't really done much. But Heatwave was right. Or you were right, talking about that tornado up around Dumas. That thing could drop damn near anywhere out there. It doesn't destroy anything. It might wipe out a cactus or two, remove a prairie chicken here and there. But as far as, no, that's one reason why my first tornadoes I've seen was out in that country. It's just almost like a whole different when you come to the big cities. But I don't know. You were talking also. We don't need. Oh, I do have a question. How in the hell is the court going to give that dumbass down there in Alabama and an attorney? They can't even talk to the gentleman. And no, I ain't trying to get them lawyered up to get them all. I'm saying as far as a court-appointed lawyer, doesn't even stand a chance.
Well, that's why, I guess that's why they need the interpreter. Every question that's going to be asked by either side has to be interpreted, and his response has to be interpreted. And for court records, I mean, that's what you've got to have an exact transcript of what was said, right? And the one interpreter, I don't know, I guess there's another case going on somewhere in the state, but 3 months have already come and gone. But all righty, see, a Knucklebuster will be checking in here just ahead. Who we got? The Donut Man. Oh, there's old Charlie Farquharson. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, the storms there, he mentioned Kansas. I was pulling up the lake. We're not really seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings, just as the case has been, just a lot of torrential rain. They got some flood warnings there in northeastern Kansas tonight. Yeah, some areas have seen 2 to 3.5 inches of rain already, another 0.5 to 1 inch. Yeah, it could be on the way. So, yeah, some flooding, including like Leavenworth, Easton, Lowmont, Kansas. That's our rounds of showers and thunderstorms along the periphery of the heat dome. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Columbia University is agreeing to pay a $200 million fine to settle accusations by the Trump administration that the university discriminated against Jewish students.
The university will get hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grant money back after it was terminated because of the discrimination accusations during on-campus pro-Palestinian protests. President Trump posted on social media that Columbia is agreeing to end their ridiculous DEI policies. Scott Pringle, New York.
Japan confirms they have reached a trade trade agreement with the United States.
Mitch McCann reports in a post on Truth Social, President Trump announced a 15% tariff on Japan's exports.
Donald Trump says Japan has also agreed to allow imports of American cars, trucks, rice, and other agricultural products.
The 15% tariff rate is well below the 25% rate the Trump administration had threatened. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, let's say good morning to 057 up and Adam here on a Friday. Is it the Army-Navy game coming sooner than you think? All right. Yes, indeed. Morning to Danny Shortwave. Said as far as artificial intelligence, he said it ain't going anywhere. It's here to stay. He said, I called about my debit card app. I spoke to 100% artificial intelligence customer service all the day. No human interaction, no mistakes, and no attitudes, like Letitia with press-on nails. It's okay. There you go. See what Knuckle Buster has going on here. It's a Friday, greatest day of the week, right?
Absolutely, Mr. Steve Summers. It's time to take it to the house there. I'm almost scared to call you this morning. I called the start of the show.
I know.
And blew a trailer tire. Oh. Yeah, blew a trailer tire out. And then every time I tried to get back in line, somebody was calling me. So I just finally said, I'm just going to wait until it's all over with and then call him. So we're back rolling now. I got this load of Modelo beer. It'll be hot. I say I'll go ahead and take it when I get there. But anyway, it'll still be hot back there in that trailer.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't going to make that beer taste no better anyway, right?
No, it won't.
Right. Well, I got news from Christmas is already come and gone this year. Jesus Christ was born on 6/17/2 BC. So NASA's already proven that. So I don't guess you can change the day to somebody being born or somebody dying, right?
Nah, not the last I checked. You can't.
Yep. Well, see, Tennessee died on 6/20/25, but Jesus Christ died on the cross on 4/03/33 AD at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. NASA's already proven that. So I don't know why they keep thinking that Easter comes a different day every year. So I don't know. That's all up to them. I don't care. We'll play along with the game anyway. So, well, let's get a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Steve Summers, and 7 this morning because he's a Navy guy and he can, the Navy and the Marine Corps are closely associated with each other. So let me get my notes up here right quick. I had one other thing I want to think of. Oh, yeah. All them people in Illinois, they're fixing to start paying 27% more for insurance on their homeowners. You're looking at a rate of raising it about $475 on average, Steve.
Really?
That's from State Farm. So
wow.
Yeah. Allstate ain't gonna let State Farm get away with that. So they'll be right in there with the mix. So I don't know. Ghislaine Maxwell, I don't think she told them much. She knows the more she divulges that Jeffrey, he's gone. The Virginia woman, whatever, bus in Australia, so I guess she's gone too. So Ghislaine, if she runs her mouth too much, she'll be gone too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did I lose you?
Oh, Tulsi Gabbard, she's got her neck's on the line for sure.
Steve, did I lose?
I think he can't hear me. I could hear you, but I mentioned homeowners insurance, Illinois. Wow, and I just mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, where the insurance rates are going up. My insurance is tied into the monthly mortgage payment. My mortgage, I'm on a fixed rate. 30-year homeowner's loan and fixed rate, but my monthly premium went up $100 last year. Went up $100 again. It started with the July payment. So why the hell's my $100 a month? I mean, it's insurance. Homeowners insurance rates in Illinois on the rise with a significant increase announced by State Farm, as he said. The hike averaging 27%. expected to add hundreds of dollars to annual premiums for many homeowners. According to the breakdown, the increase translates to an average of $746 added to the annual premiums for many. Increased cost from materials and labor, increasing the cost to repair homes. More frequent severe weather. Climate change is leading to more frequent intense weather events, resulting in more claims. Insurers pay premiums to reinsurers to cover potential large losses, and these costs are also rising. Illinois is experiencing a particularly sharp increase. Rates have already gone up between 50% between 2021 and 2024, according to a report cited by the Chicago Tribune. Illinois regulators have limited authority to review or reject rate hikes, leading to concerns about affordability and market stability. Well, there you go. That explains it. All right, 5-7. What did he had a question for the Donut Man. Donut Man, he wants a clarification. Can you verify the superior Dunkin' Donut versus the crappy cream, Krispy Kremes, as he says?
Let's see. Back in the old days, yes, Dunkin' Donuts was a real donut. Now they're just a frozen bake-off. And, well, you know my feelings about Krusty Krud. But
Krusty Krud.
I think I've shared that with you a few times over the years. But yeah, Dunkin' Donuts back in the day when you used to walk into the donut shop and there'd actually be somebody back there in the
making
kitchen,
them. Yep.
Mixing the dough, making them, rolling them out on the table and cutting them and proofing them and frying them and all that stuff. And when you got and back in the day, there was nothing better than a good hot glazed donut right off the fryer. But now, Horse Feathers the other day made a mention of a donut shop. He actually stopped at a real good old school donut shop.
Open round the clock, 24/7.
Pretty much shared the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they're out there, but that's your best bet. I mean, if you want donuts, you want to find a good, mom and pop neighborhood bakery or a real donut shop where they're actually in there making the donuts and all that good stuff, and that's your best bet. So I hope that answers. I kind of hope that kind of helps you a little bit there, 5-7, and I like to give a Semper Fi shout out to Noel Duckbuster. We're still praying for you, and Heatwave, we're praying for you, and everybody else out there. Us devil dogs, we're a few of a kind. But,
yep.
You know how that goes. But I was calling about, Steve. It's been kind of a rough couple of weeks here for celebrities, hasn't it? I mean, we lost, Connie Francis. We've lost Rick Derringer recently. We lost one of the founding members of, I think it was Bad Company, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I guess the singer from, was it Golden Earring? I think it was Radar Love or Twilight Zone. I can't remember which song, but he passed away. Malcolm Jamal Warner, I remember the Cosby Show, watching that, And then we got Hulk Hogan, and kind of a Hulk Hogan story. I met him in an airport. Back when I was in the Marines, was just going through an airport. Had to make a change. Was changing flights. Was heading home on leave, and was walking through the airport, and I saw like a large group of people coming the opposite direction, and I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention.
Yeah.
As I got closer, all of a sudden I heard, "You have a second Marine?" And I stopped, I looked, and it was Hulk Hogan.
Wow.
And I was kind of like, wow. And he came up, and he shook my hand. He goes, "I appreciate your service." And he goes, "It's an honor to shake your hand." I said, "No," because it's kind of an honor to shake your hand, too, because, you're kind of part of my Saturday afternoons growing up, back in the day. That was kind of when wrestling was starting to come into the heydays, and he was just a true gentleman, and it was really sad to hear that. Just kind of caught, I wasn't expecting that. It's like, I woke up, started getting ready for work, and I saw, my son sent me a text message, and it said Hulk Hogan. He had a picture of Hulk Hogan. It said Hulk Hogan's passed away at 71. I was like, whoa, what?
Yeah.
Kind of like, holy crap. I kind of use a different word, but, this is a family show, we'll keep it that
Thank
way.
you. Appreciate that.
But, yeah, then. Not a problem. But, yeah, it's just been, it's been rough, with Ozzy. I kind of knew Ozzy was coming, but I wasn't expecting it when it happened. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, just two weeks after the big concert and all that.
Coming,
yeah.
Yeah. One of the wife's cousins, they actually flew over to England to see his last show, but yeah, I just kind of like, whoa, Ozzy's died, and next thing I know, Malcolm Jamal Warner's died. It's like, man, it just
makes you wonder. Next time you turn on the computer, who's next on the list? Who gets to?
Oh, I know. I'm afraid to turn the news on. It's like all our, everybody we grew up with, Steve, or just kind of makes you think. He's like, like we said many times on the show, you just never know. But yeah, I just want to, everybody out there, appreciate Brother Rambler when he calls in, and it's always a uplifting call whenever he calls in. Just so many good people's been part of this show, and I just want to tell everybody, give a big Semper Fi shout out and an hoorah to Knuckle Buster and Captain Ron and Truck and Phil and all the other Marines out there and we just appreciate you, Steve, as well. And we've been listening to you for a long time and plan to continue to listen to you all, till whenever.
Hey,
as long as you're on the radio.
The plan to keep on keeping on, right? All right, Donut Man, long time listener. Been with us for many years, and we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code Overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, it was a big-time mess in South Carolina Tuesday afternoon. I just came across some of the photos from the State Patrol this past afternoon. The investigation, a multi-fatality pileup, according to troopers, started about 4:40 in the afternoon, southbound I-95 at the 41-mile marker. Colton County, South Carolina. The initial collision involved 3 vehicles, including one commercial vehicle. A short time later, Highway Patrol said a second collision occurred at the same location that involved 13 vehicles, 6 of the 13 being commercial vehicles. 2 fatalities, 9 others hospitalized with various injuries. 95 was shut down for about 11 hours. According to the responding Colton County Fire Rescue, the crash occurred amid a heavy thunderstorm. Motorists reporting near zero visibility. The first responders described the harrowing conditions under which they rescued drivers involved in the pileup. This accident involved several vehicles that were piled on top of one another. One semi was hauling sheets of plate glass, which expelled onto the freeway. Responders had to work around all that broken glass. In some areas, the glass was nearly 2 feet deep, all this shattered glass. One victim was trapped in a small passenger car under the pile of vehicles. A truck driver whose cab was completely demolished was trapped in the remains of his cab. 2 other victims trapped in a pickup truck that was 10 feet in the air that crashed through the rear of a semi-trailer. A victim of one vehicle on the bridge actually fell off the bridge into the Combahee River trying to escape his car. Amazingly, he suffered non-life-threatening injuries, was actually able to swim back to the bank before responders arrived. But yes, looking at some of the photographs from the scene there. So, obviously, that's what? Driving too fast for conditions? I've been in some of those downpours, literally blinding downpours. You can barely see in front of the hood of your vehicle. Why would you be going 60 mile an hour in those kind of conditions? That was our trip coming back from Uncle Forrest's funeral last year. We were coming through, where was it? We were coming through Nashville. Right about the point where the Titan Stadium was off to the left, and we were on the interstate in one of those downpours that ultimately, literally brought the interstate to a standstill. That's probably the heaviest rain I had ever tried to travel in. That was scary. White knuckle driving for sure. All right, Knuckle Buster. Yeah, welcome back there. I think you fell off the abyss.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Well, I think they call that place Crashville, Tennessee.
Right.
It crashes in it all the time. I call it Hillbilly Hollywood myself there. So that's where all them Hollywood stars are there in Nashville. There. Well, I read that Riley Gaines, she silenced her critics by completing that 1.25 mile Alcatraz swim while being pregnant. So, kudos to that girl there, right?
Okay.
I think she does that every year, but isn't that the girl that one of them trans swimmers or something was competing against her? I don't remember.
Yeah,
exactly
she's the one that's very vocal and outspoken against the allowing males from birth to participate in women's sports. Yeah, she's a strong advocate against that.
Oh, well, I'm all for that. Don't let them. Hey, men shouldn't be competing against women there.
Right.
That Maxwell Giswell, she's, I don't think she told them a whole lot, but if she did, you know what's going to happen to her. Jeffrey Epstein's gone. That Virginia woman, she's gone. Gisling, she'll be the next one gone there. Especially if they let her out. Well, I don't know. But they ain't got to let her out of jail. They got old Epstein while he was in jail. So, well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products. buy some Stabile products. The Hot Shot Secret products you can get online through the dealer network on Amazon and the truck stop. Y'all buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Call Steve at 844-844-3388 and go to church this weekend. Saturday, Sunday, it don't matter. Just go. Have a great weekend, Mr. Steve Summers, and I'm going to celebrate my anniversary with Tennessee this weekend. So,
all right.
Y'all have a great day.
All right. Yeah, and sorry for your loss there, Knucklebuster. And that's, of course, first just a few weeks ago, saying farewell to the better half of all those years, and would have been an anniversary date. So prayers for Knucklebuster this weekend, right? Cargo theft numbers continue to climb in the second quarter. CargoNet releasing their 2025 second quarter supply chain risks analysis. CargoNet recording 884 cargo theft incidents from April through June, with an acceleration in theft activity noted throughout the quarter. Incidents rose by 14.6% in April, 4.4% in May, 21.9% in June. Total reported loss value, $61.6 million. This is just the second quarter of this year. In terms of where these thefts were more prevalent, the big three traditionally, once again, California, Illinois, Texas topping the list. Those three states alone accounting for 53% of all reported thefts in the second quarter, while food and beverage were the most targeted commodity type for the 3-month stretch, accounting for over 20%. The company did note that a dramatic increase in the theft of metals. Those thefts nearly doubled compared to the second quarter of last year. This unprecedented growth coincides with copper trading near or above record highs, suggesting that organized crime groups strategically adjust their targeting based on commodity market values. Those trends show just about how adept these cargo thieves are when it comes to maximize the value of each theft. The strategic targeting of specific commodities reveals that's a business-like approach. These are not just opportunistic crimes, they're calculated operations, targeting goods with the highest illicit market value and easiest resale potential. The company added a complex cargo thief schemes, document fraud, identity theft, have all become increasingly prevalent and are expected to continue to increase through the remainder of the year here in 2025. How do we address this? All right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mild.
after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump's pick for U.S. Attorney for New Jersey says she's going to stay in that position despite a panel of federal judges deciding not to extend her tenure.
In a post on X, Alina Habba said she is now acting United States Attorney for the District of New Jersey. The panel originally selected Desiree Grace to replace Habba, but the Justice Department later fired Grace. The Trump administration has since withdrawn Habba's official nomination for the position, and that allows her to serve in the role in an acting capacity. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney says the government of Canada will not accept a bad deal when speaking on trade relations with the U.S.
Carney rejected the idea the country would agree to a rushed trade deal despite a looming August 1st deadline to reach an agreement. Canadian exports face a 35% tariff if a deal's not reached. But according to Carney, the objective is not to reach a deal whatever it costs. Rather, he's seeking a deal that will be in the best interest of Canadians. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The feds are warning corporate America to do their due diligence in order to avoid worker fraud.
Interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, discussed a case Thursday involving an Arizona woman who helped hundreds of North Korean IT workers illegally get remote jobs at American companies.
This is a code red. Your tech sectors are being infiltrated by North Korea.
Pirro said Christina Chapman enabled the network of North Korean workers to generate $17 million in revenue that went back to North Korea. I'm Brian Shook.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 316 points. The S&P 500 gained 4 points. The Nasdaq rose by 37 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Republicans are pushing back on reports that recent ICE raids are targeting those without criminal records. Senator John Cornyn reminds us that illegally crossing the border is a crime.
The idea that somebody could break our laws, enter our country illegally, and then be entitled to all the rights and privileges of an American citizen is a little far-fetched.
The Texas Republican said in a hearing this week that there are 291,000 criminal aliens living in the U.S., The head of the EPA says there is an agreement with Mexico on a permanent solution to the border sewage flowing into San Diego.
EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin says he signed a memorandum of understanding in Mexico City to achieve a 100% permanent and urgent solution to the Tijuana River crisis. The agreement says Mexico will fully fund and complete all projects on their side of the border by the end of 2027. In addition, the U.S. is committed to upgrading the capacity of the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant in San Diego from 25 25 to 35 million gallons a day. I'm Jack Cronin.
A video captured by a home's Ring camera in Compton, California, is going viral online.
The video shows a small gray creature walking by a woman's home in the middle of the night. It appears to have an elongated head and walk slightly hunched over. Some of the million-plus viewers of the 11-second clip have gone as far as to call it an alien, but skeptics say it's a child, a person wearing a mariachi hat, or a person covering themselves with a blanket, among other theories. The homeowner, however, is convinced it's extraterrestrial in origin. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, as we roll into our final hour here on a Friday morning. It's been a relatively casual Friday. We, for the most part, have kind of avoided the Epstein, Obama debacle. Where's the latest? But I did want to share some of what we've discussed over the past 24 hours. Senator Rand Paul spoke with Jesse Watters Primetime. Talking about this document dump this week, suggesting that the Obama administration was actually proactive in promoting debunked allegations of the Russian collusion in 2016. Rand Paul reminded viewers that he was the lone opponent at the time of former CIA Director John Brennan's appointment by Obama. He said Brennan could very well be charged for lying to Congress. When Jesse Watters says, your reaction to this, you were right in the middle of the Russia collusion hoax. What do you think should happen next? To which Paul replied, the clip you play with Trey Gowdy asking the question of Brennan. Did you know the dossier was from the Clinton campaign? And Brennan denies that. That is absolutely, without question, a lie. One of the documents that Tulsi Gabbard has released is an email exchange between the CIA analyst and Brennan. And one CIA analyst said that this is nothing more than opposition research. It's unverified. And Brennan's sort of flippant response is, yeah, but doesn't it really ring true? Does it really sound like it could be true? And so that's sort of the flippant nature. He had an indication that even in his hand-picked analysts, he picked the analysts that would ultimately be with him, to create the narrative, and yet he lied to Congress. I think without question, they can get him on lying to Congress. But this really was a cobble. I can't even remember the stories from time to time, contemporaneous stories saying, well, yeah, we're going to spread this information throughout the government so the Trump people can't destroy it when they come in. But people didn't really know at the time that the information was from the Clinton campaign, or the public didn't know. And the people within, John Brennan, knew this. But at the time Brennan's nomination came up, I was the only one in the Senate to oppose it. I actually filibustered for 13 hours against John Brennan. I've known from the beginning that he was a scoundrel, and yes, he should be prosecuted. I think there's enough evidence in here that he lied to Congress about the dossier. He knew about it. His analysts warned him, and he just blew it off and blew them off and said, oh, yes. But doesn't it sound like it could be true? Don't know where it's going, but again, I don't think Obama's going to take the fall, but somebody, or maybe several up and down the chain there in top leadership, FBI, maybe CIA, maybe Department of Justice. As many conservatives have said, if no one actually is indicted and tried and maybe goes to prison or is penalized in any form or fashion, if that doesn't happen, essentially the actual coup attempt was a 100% success. If that makes sense, which it does to me. Well, good morning to Daryl this Friday. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Everybody looking forward to the weekend.
How is Evel Knievel been doing this summer?
I think he's staying out of trouble. I haven't heard of any other incidents. I don't think he's riding his bike in the street these days.
Well, you tell him that Daryl ended up in the street yesterday. I brought a cantaloupe home. It jumped out of my truck and started rolling down my driveway. I live on a hill. And I chased it and wound up flat on my face out in the middle of the street. And when I got up, that cantaloupe was still rolling down the hill. And EMT came up and rescued the cantaloupe and fixed me up a little bit. And I busted my lip, and I had all kinds of scratches and cuts, but I'm still living. But I don't know where to eat that cantaloupe or smash it with a sledgehammer.
Right, yeah. Wow. So the cost of a cantaloupe.
Is aggravating.
I know where you're coming from.
Well, I couldn't let that cantaloupe just get away from me. It just kept rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. You mentioned the spacecraft that had gone a light year day, and I was just thinking what a mighty God we serve. And Genesis 1:1 says that he created the heavens and earth, and in my opinion, space is still forming out there beyond what our telescopes can see.
Yes.
And there's no limit to it. And new stars form and old stars die. It's just when you brought that up about the light day and then compare that to a light month or a light week or a light year.
Yes.
It's beyond our understanding, Steve.
Totally. And to say that they say when we step out and we can see Orion's belt, those three beautiful stars all in perfect alignment out there. Supposedly, though, they're 15,000 light years away.
Yes. And they've sent out the Hubble telescope, and they've sent out the new telescope, and it can't even determine what it sees out there in the distant places, and there's just no limit to space. It just boggles the human mind. And the man was talking a while ago about John MacArthur. He was a great writer. He was a great preacher. And I have a friend that preached in his church out in California. And we need more men like that. Jimmy Swaggart was a great preacher. He had his faults, but he touched many, many lives of poor people in Louisiana and around the country. And I have, for the last few years, wondered why we don't have any preachers in jail. You know, we've got everybody else in jail, but there used to always be one or two preachers across the United States in jail for what they believed in.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know when ever we've put a preacher in jail lately for what he believes in. And I think that's a sign of our times. I'll talk to you later, and you have a good week.
Yeah,
and a good weekend.
Hope you feel better. Are you still going to be able to work at the fair? Or is that wrapping up or going on through the weekend?
I took two young lads yesterday, and they sold 19 cases of water while I sat in the shade.
Okay, all right. Well, enjoy your weekend, because it's been a hot one. Yeah, I can see why he was sitting there. He had a heat index of 105, 107 yesterday. More of that on tap here for our upcoming weekend. All right, according to the screen, it's time to get a clarification. Have you overtaken Captain Ron, or are you still trying to play catch up there, Beach Bum?
Steve, you are not going to believe this, but I had this truck driver in the center lane come flying by me, and lo and behold, it was Captain Ron. He had that black ship just cruising down South 75 here, and just waved his hand smiling, because it's Friday, the greatest day of the week.
Yeah.
So his weekend starts today, so he's going to be up and going today. Forget the rest of the week. He comes up with more excuses, but on Friday he'll be back at the house before I get to the terminal.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that's how he rolls. You got to watch that guy. But so my wife and I had a discussion. We were, the time, time change. Did the government ever make a decision if we're going to keep, the time that we have now, or do we have to fall back?
The
time comes.
The debate that's been going on for years. I don't think enough states have yet said that they're on board. There's got to be a certain number to get it done. So it's more and more people and more representatives are saying it's time to end it. But nothing's official yet.
Okay, I knew it was a hot topic for a while, and then I didn't hear if the government just went ahead and said, okay, we're just going to keep it this time, or what they decided.
Yep.
And of course, I always let the wife, whatever she wants, let her win. But I figured I'd call and ask so when I got home I could just rub it in. But I'm just going to leave it alone and forget about it then.
Yeah, the latest update is
anyhow
Okay. Hey, great to hear from you, Beach Bum. Congress has not yet passed legislation to end changing the clocks twice a year. It says states cannot individually decide to abolish daylight savings time without congressional approval. Daylight savings time will end at 2 a.m. Eastern Time, Sunday, November 2 this year. Unless something changes via Congress between now and then. But, yeah, it becomes a hot topic every spring and every fall. Every spring forward, fall back. Yeah, for the weeks before and several weeks after. But the status quo is where we stand right now.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator. Because we were founded by one. The big secret? affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, lo and behold, there is Truck and Phil on board. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers. And the Hot Shot Secret Nation. And, of course, the great product of Staybill. Starting off at 74, 86 for a high. A good chance of rain today, Fort Wayne. 68 to 86 in Newaygo, Michigan. A big shout out to the great Knuckle Buster. Roll on. Have a great weekend, everyone. 153 days till Christmas. Yes, indeed. Thanks for the reminder there. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, the blind man on a Friday. Morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I went to the hip doctor yesterday. He says my hip is in good shape. It's the muscles around my hip that have to have physical therapy. Need you guys to keep the pressure on WCBM. Nick and I have supposedly, worn out our welcome for the moment.
Sorry. Please stop calling. Will you please stop? Please stop bugging us, right?
Yeah. So, just keep it up. Horse feathers. Get your friends, and let's keep bugging WCBM until they cry uncle, if you know what I mean. But I really enjoy hearing the callers, and I'm just fed up with the Democrats. Every time I turn around, they're up to something, and more or less I just want to be left alone, not hear their whining, complaining. It just drives me crazy. And some of these people that I hear on Bo Snerdley's What Hour show, these women in particular, they don't want to work. They want to collect welfare. I worked, and if I can work, I don't see why the able-bodied can't work.
Mm-hmm.
It just drives me crazy. At least I contributed to something. And then you got these people that just don't want to work. They just want to collect government welfare, stuff like that. My father told me when I was growing up, he says, I don't want you to sit on your butt and collect welfare. You're working when you're 21. I sure did. And had a good career and everything. And really enjoy hearing the truckers call in. And my reader that reads mail to me on Sundays, she's starting to listen to the show now.
Well, good deal. That's good. The more the merrier.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, everybody have a good weekend, and I will yak at you next week.
All right, you do the same, blind man. Thanks for chiming in. And all right, going back to the beach bums discussion, I was able to. Yeah, AccuWeather had a breakdown. Like I said, this is going back to when we had just fallen back, late last year. Since which, of course, we have sprung forward, and legislation's been introduced time and time again to get rid of the changing the clocks. Spring forward, fall back. In 2022, we were close to ending changing the clocks with the Sunshine Protection Act. That legislation would have made daylight savings time the new permanent standard. It passed the Senate with unanimous consent. Well, what happened? As with all bills, Senate-approved legislation was sent to the House for approval. If passed in the House, it would have been sent to the president's desk, where it would have been signed into law. Rather than being passed by the House, the bill sat until the 117th Congress concluded. So the end of the bill. Dashing hopes for those who want to stop changing the clocks. It was then given life in a new session when Congress began, March of 23, reintroduced. This time to the House during the start of the 118th Congress. Did not get brought to the floor for a vote. State legislatures have considered over 700 bills and resolutions in recent years to establish year-round daylight savings times, as soon as federal law allows it, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures. At least 30 states have considered or are considering legislation or resolutions related to daylight saving time. That means they can pass their own laws regarding clock changes once the federal government approves legislation on the topic. But you say, well, hold on. Why don't Arizona and Hawaii observe daylight savings time? It started in the U.S. in the early 1900s, but it was the Uniform Time Act of 1966 that set the standard that's followed across the country. When it was passed, states had the option to opt out and remain in standard time year-round. Obviously, the majority of the country approved the new act. Hawaii and Arizona are the only remaining states that stay in standard time year-round, although the Navajo Nation in Arizona does recognize the time changes. While many people favor sticking to one time year-round, there is debate about whether to stay. Should we stay in standard time or daylight savings time is the other question. 46% of Americans via the last poll favor staying in daylight savings time. 33% prefer to stay in standard time. Then you got 21% that say, well, let's continue springing forward and falling back. A lot of divide. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Columbia University is agreeing to pay a $200 million fine to settle accusations by the Trump administration that the university discriminated against Jewish students.
The university will get hundreds of millions of dollars in federal grant money back after it was terminated because of the discrimination accusations during on-campus pro-Palestinian protests. President Trump posted on social media that Columbia is agreeing to end their ridiculous DEI policies. Scott Pringle, New York.
Japan confirms they have reached a trade agreement with the United States.
Mitch McCann reports in a post on Truth Social, President Trump announced a 15% tariff on Japan's exports.
Donald Trump says Japan has also agreed to allow imports of American cars, trucks, rice, and other agricultural products.
The 15% tariff rate is well below the 25% rate the Trump administration had threatened. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, TGIF. Hello to Steve in Columbus, who says good morning. Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. It's the best day of the week. Looking forward to a nice, hopefully relaxing weekend. The coffee's hot, car's ready, time to head into town. See what the day brings us. Enjoy the weekend. All right, you do the same there, Steve, and thanks for chiming in here on a Friday morning. As is Brother Rambler. Welcome back.
Round number 2. We're back again, Steve, and hello, God's children listening to us far and wide, whether you're listening to us on the high plains desert of Eli, Nevada, or all the way on the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. We're happy to be on the air with you. And Brother Darrell probably already knows this, but when you look at the vastness of space, and you look at what the James Webb Telescope brings us, and it's just remarkably beautiful. And I just recently, read the story about where they discovered, and you have to have a pretty good telescope here on Earth to be able to see it, the star Betelgeuse in the constellation of Orion. Of course, we know it's on its last stages of life. Mm-hmm. There was also a faint blue star orbiting next to it, but you have to have a very powerful telescope to see it. Now, Steve, imagine this. According to what 2 Corinthians tells us, the Holy Spirit through Paul tells us that there's 3 stages of heaven. Earth, planet Earth is first heaven. Now, outer space, the cosmos, that's second heaven. Now, if you can wrap your mind around where God's throne is and how vast space is above the universe, is heaven. Is where God's throne and the right hand of the Father sits Jesus. That is heaven. And of course, it says in the Bible that in Revelations 21 that heaven will come down to earth one day, in the new heaven and the new earth. So praise God for that. So you want to hear more? Hey, Knucklebuster said it best. Go to church. And Steve, we provide a church for you, Determined Ministries, and love for you to come on and just hang out with us. Here a couple of days ago, you were talking about gambling, sports betting, gambling, and man, I've seen some god-awful fights over football games and baseball games. Although the Bible does not specifically speak of gambling, of course, you overindulge with anything, it can be a sin. So don't get me wrong about that. But if you go and you look in the Bible, there's certain books that stand out to me where it talks about gambling. Some of the books that stand out to me is in the Old Testament, the book of Jonah, where the sailors cast lots, and the dice rolled towards Jonah, and he told them, okay, yes, it's me. I made God mad. Pick me up, throw me overboard. This bad weather will stop. Then you go to the 4 Gospels, the first 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And all 4 Gospels talks about when my Lord and Savior hung on the cross for 6 hours, the Roman soldiers, stripped his clothes, parted them 4 ways, and basically rolled dice, played craps for him. So granted, there may not be anything in the Bible that says thou shalt not gamble, but Steve, when the man who died for my sins, named Jesus, who is Yeshua in Hebrew, hung on the cross for 6 hours, and I read that where they gambled for his clothes, and then I look at me being out here at night, 20 years at the same job at O'Reilly's and 27 driving, and how hard I have to work for my money, just like Eagle talks about how hard he has to work for his money, how hard I got to work for my money. I don't want to gamble. You know, I worked too hard, plus my Lord and Savior. He hung on the cross, and they gambled for his clothes. And, you go ahead and keep it. I go spend my money on a nice big steak or something to throw on the grill, something to make me fatter, you know? Because gambling sure ain't going to make you fatter. It ain't going to make your wallet fatter. Maybe if you lose enough, and Doc Holliday can attest to this, you may get comped a daggum buffet that'll cost you $40 over at one of them casinos. So you might get comped that, but other than that, Steve, that's about all I got. Wanted to just touch base with you one more day and one more time and tell everyone out there that I love you. I pray for you. You know, just contact us. You know, you need prayer. And even if you don't need prayer. Matter of fact, before I go, whoever's watching on Facebook, real quick, I want you to get your fingers ready. If you need prayer, and I'm watching right along with you, I'm going to count 3, 2, 1, and I want you to hit the heart and like emoji, and that'll let us know you need prayer. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Hit that heart and like emoji. Let it go up. That'll let us know that, hey, you need prayer, Steve. If you look at your Facebook, you don't see a face or a name next to it, but you see a heart and like emoji. Those are people who are desperately needing prayer, and that's all we need to know, because God needs, hey, it's none of your business, none of my business what you're going through, but it's God's business. And that's all we need to know, is that you need prayer. We're going to pray for you. Come on to church, as Knuckle Buster said. Come to Determined Ministries Church, 5 o'clock Central Time on Facebook. And I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is just not another 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And y'all have a great weekend. We'll see you on Sunday night, Monday morning. God bless.
We'll be here at the midnight hour. There you go. Thank you much, Brother Rambler. Good morning, Vic. Happy Friday.
Yeah, you're right down to the closing minutes of it as they get ready to start a dog day racing weekend here in Indianapolis. It's going to be interesting to see how that affects the vehicle performance. And along that line of, you were talking about the standard time and all that. When I grew up, everybody just went by sun time. Because out in the country, most people didn't carry a watch, and they could pretty well tell the time by the sun. And all the farming communities, they had their meals planned around the sun, and when it got straight up overhead, you knew it was lunchtime, and then it would start to go down. And then talking about the religion, they'd go to these old churches without any air conditioning, and everybody'd be fanning those funeral home fans, and they may accidentally have a regular electric fan up in the pulpit area there to keep the piano player and the preacher a little bit cool. And that was the way it was whenever I grew up. And interestingly enough, there's a certain position that the Dog Star Sirius gets to, and I'd have to go back and look that up, but that's just kind of a little bit of a diversion there. And it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be a hot racing weekend. So, and there doesn't seem to be much humidity so far. Maybe there will be more, but it'll keep the tuners busy, whether it's the truck things or the brickyard, either way. But back to what I called about, I'll kind of share a bit of a pet peeve to me. I keep hearing everybody saying Epstein. It's Epstein. And in German, if it's EI, that's pronounced as an I. And if it's IE, that's pronounced as a long E. And interestingly enough, Epstein's name in German means wild boar stone. And I found that kind of interesting, considering what it looked like that he was up to. But there is I don't know how much news you've been watching on both 2016 election and the Epstein affair, but there was a cross current there, because Epstein was also part of the Clinton Global Initiative. And so a lot of the money, I guess, he was handling was probably people contributing money to the Clintons, the Global Initiative, and also later the Clinton Foundation. So it could get rather interesting as they go on down the line as to who all was really involved. And I'm interested to see how far this whole investigation goes. And it appears that actually in the 2016 election, the Russians had the goods on Hillary Clinton, and they thought she was going to win, so they seen no reason to interfere. So they were shocked whenever Trump won, and I guess that's whenever the insurance policy kicked in, and they created that whole thing. It was really fabricated, and sadly enough, I guess the beginning step was Jeff Sessions when they put him up for Attorney General. And they whenever they did his Senate interview, they asked Jeffrey Sessions if he had any Russian contacts other than his Senate duties, because I believe he was on Foreign Relations Committee or something there, and he did have contact with them. Then he said no, which was true if you took out his Senate duties. Then later they twisted it around and said, no, you committed perjury because you did have contacts with these Russians and stuff. And it just went on and on from there. So whether anything really comes very far of it or not, but when we go clear back to Obama, I wish I still had my notes on that, but there was a Russian spy that swears to this day that he was in a Russian spy training camp in Russia with Barack Obama. And I do know that the Russians did train certain people in the United States on how to be disruptive. Now, whether that was part of the group that Obama was in or not, who knows. But it will be interesting to see how far all of this stuff really goes and if they really start to connect all the dots and then what will happen. But that's just the main thing that I was going to say. Oh, real quick, like last night, they were talking about that Davis-Bacon Act or prevailing wage law. They fought over that back during the Reagan administration. I thought that they did away with that on a lot of the federal contracts. Because a lot of the federal contracts required people to actually, non-union people, to give the contractors to give their local people raises. And a lot of the local contractors wouldn't bid on those contracts because they didn't want to increase the wages of their employees and then have to go back to the non-federal contracts and the employees take a wage cut. So I don't know. There was quite a discussion of all that back in the Reagan years. And like I say, I have no idea how that really is now, but I was looking at some of that today and I just wondered, I wondered how the truck drivers fared in that, because any construction project requires a lot of truck drivers. So I don't know how all that went down, but that's just a thought that I had was, did the truck drivers also get a raise, or was it just certain, I guess you'd say, vocations or occupations that got a raise? So, that's about it. And I guess we'll wait and see how the racing goes over the weekend. And, I've been trying to think that I think it was Pro Stock, when he brought Pro Stock to drag racing, I think Roger Penske was behind that, and he's the one that started the drag racing circuits and the big money. And before that, it was just a lot of local drag strips that people were making a living at or trying to scratch out a living. And that didn't, go over too good. And that's whenever Art Alphonse and Don Carlos, they would come and do exhibitions for the local drag strips so they could bring some money in. But over the weekend, last weekend, when I looked at all the performances and the times and the crews that were now in the drag racing, I mean, a few of the names were a little familiar, but I couldn't believe some of the times that they were turning in. So anyway, with that,
Have a great weekend, Vic. Thank you very much. Big crowds anticipated. Indianapolis, rather. A big racing weekend.
A Superstock diesel puller lived the same dream 2 nights in a row. In Mini, Grandpa got up early to be the last one standing. This as the thunder rumbled, but the lion still roared in Chapel Hill. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 50th anniversary Lions Super Bowl of the South once again infused Lions Motorsports Park with a thrill of horsepower last Friday and Saturday, despite a dreary forecast that threatened both sessions. In fact, Friday's performance was terminated by showers that followed the mid-session celebratory fireworks program and the first ever appearance of Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks in exhibition. Undaunted, the Lions track crew weathered the deluge that lasted until the daytime hours, then untarped the track and went about their business of prepping a pulling surface for the coming onslaught of over 90 entries. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel, Brandon Hunt from Herndon, Kentucky had 2 late class charges to sweep the weekend with his Living a Dream Case IH. Colin Ross recovered from a tough run on Friday to match Hunt with a pull-off worthy distance Saturday before both teams chose discretion and finished in a tie. The results propelled Ross's triple bypass to sole possession of the points lead after the Degenhardts Diggin' Hard landed outside the top 5 both nights, while Tina Belfance made her competition debut on husband John's Chain Reaction and scored a Saturday 5th. Next up, Fort Recovery. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, it is safe to say Injected Funds is out of its funk. 2-time defender Brent Meyer had all the answers on a green, as in fresh, track on Saturday after Friday's washout and put 7 feet on the field with his John Deere. Elijah Brown's Green with Envy was the closest, just edging the crowd favorite Orange Youngblood Agco of Braden Schrammick. The shuffle left Meyer team tractor loud and heavy atop the points heading to Brandenburg. In 4-wheel drive, the Holmans have considered aloud wintering in Chapel Hill when they retire, but Larry Peterson is summering there once again. His Profab geared up Chevrolet found the groove in Session 2 and cleared Toma winner and standings leader Jake Zaring's rule number 19 by 10 feet to claim the class's only weekend trophy and the 10th of his own in Tennessee. Peterson now trails Zaring by a single point heading to Brandenburg. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, a 5-way tie atop the trophy stand resulted from a Session 1 pull-off that was first deferred and then destroyed by the curtain-closing rains. But Lindsey Campbell doesn't mind. The Washington, Pennsylvania puller was among those 5 and then took second in Session 2 with her short fuse to match veteran Adam Kessler's Footloose for the points lead. As for the win on Saturday, go S Grandpa, as in Brian Guzza's Grandpa's Disaster, which drew the test hook both nights and could not be caught the second time after its 320-foot pass. On to the fort. And in Unlimited, Doug Theobald's 3-engine full-blown Wicked is making believers in what has traditionally been a 4 or more power plant division. Theobald had them all humming on Friday for a 1-foot win over David Richardson's foursome. Then on Saturday, Adam Bauer's Cross-Threaded reasserted the awesome power of 5 engines with a 2-foot margin over Joe Ader's Emax. Meanwhile, the Benedict Criswell team's newly minted Makin' Sense continues to lead the division with steady finishes. Fort Recovery is next. This weekend, it's the annual Grand National Split. The Fort Recovery Grand Nationals in 3 sessions, and the Meade County Fair Grand Nationals in 2 sessions this Friday and Saturday, July 25th and 26th, in Fort Recovery, Ohio, and Brandenburg, Kentucky, respectively. Full Pull Live will stream both, and NTPAPOLL.com and the NTPA mobile app will cover both, as well as regional events in Anoka and Houston, Minnesota, Menominee, Wisconsin, Imlay City, Michigan, and Marysville, Ohio. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
All righty, rolling down the home stretch here. Let's get a couple of minutes left. See if we get to Buster. Morning, Buster. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve.
Man, I appreciate you squeezing me in. I'll be quick. Knucklebuster, my Mother's Day wedding anniversary is always around tomorrow's event for you. God bless Tennessee. I'll always be mindful of that. God bless. Blind man, I contacted C Crane and they ordered it. It came in yesterday. The radio I'm going to be taking over to Iowa this coming week for my buddy. All it does is takes internet radio. It does not give any chance for podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
I'll call in next week from Iowa. Give you a heads up.
Okay.
Hey, listen, FedEx. If you want something delivered to your front door, you have to put it on the address label. I found that out from talking to the FedEx people. They will not take it to the front door per se if it's hard to get to. You got to have the vendor put it on the label. That's very important for disabled people. Us at UPS will do the job because it's what we were trained to do in 1907. Steve, have a great weekend. Enjoy your pool, buddy.
All right. Sounds like a plan, and try to find a way to stay cool, right? That's the name of the game. Hey, Plowboy, one last thing. What you got?
Oh, I just got madder than hell, Steve, but thanks for bringing me back. Macron, he just screwed everybody, screwed Israel. I know we're supposed to be light, but my understanding from what I've been told, what I could see, looked like Macron is recognizing a Palestinian state.
Mm-hmm. I saw that yesterday, day before. The French president, Macron, said he would recognize a Palestinian state. Yesterday, apparently, is it Scott Bessent, the guy that's been trying to negotiate a peace deal with Hamas, said we're pulling out, that they're not negotiating with us in good faith. So I don't know what that means, that if Israel's going to go in again and just totally wipe them out or what.
Okay, we just moved them to France since Macron wants to take up for the bastards.
Palestinian state,
Paris. That's not going to work with Israel. But I don't know. It just pissed me off when I've been away from the radio. Yeah, imagine that. That's what we've all been trying to fight up against. Oh, shit.
All right.
Because all the leftists will follow one another.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
All right, Plowboy, have a good weekend. That came down this past afternoon. The U.S. is pulling out of talks for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, as it believes Hamas is not negotiating seriously. Special envoy, it's Steve Witkoff. Okay. Witkoff, who traveled to Europe on Wednesday to discuss Gaza in the ceasefire deal, has said the group's latest response in the talks in Doha illustrated their unwillingness to end the fighting. And I quote, Hamas does not appear to be coordinated or acting in good faith. We will now consider alternative options to bringing hostages home and try to create a more stable environment for the people of Gaza. So the collapse of talks, as Witkoff's been pushing to try and restore the very fragile ceasefire negotiated during the transition from the Biden to Trump administrations, a deal that collapsed in March. Israel has placed Gaza under near total siege again since then, with nearly 1 in 3 people in the enclave going multiple days, they tell us, without eating. So that's where things stand now. It's not clear what Washington's going to try to do now to try and bring that war between Israel and Hamas to an end. All right, so that's where we'll close things out here. Wrap up another work week. Enjoy your weekend. We will return at the midnight hour here on a Sunday night into a Monday morning, if all goes according to plan. Hope to see you then for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been.
You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,